Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
A Major League Baseball 4th of July doubleheader. First in Seattle, the Mariners face the Toronto Blue Jays.
Absolute no-doubter to left for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Then at Wrigley, the Chicago Cubs go head-to-head with the St. Louis Cardinals.
God! Second three-run homer for Ian Happ today.
The Blue Jays and Mariners at 3:30 Eastern, followed by the Cardinals and Cubs. A 4th of July doubleheader.
Listen to Major League Baseball all season on 97.3 ESPN. Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Jaylen Brown driving on George, off balance, leans, puts it up good, and a foul. Jaylen Brown to the left of the lane, leaning in, getting the shot, and a foul on George.
Boston Celtics have traded All-NBA star 2024 Finals MVP Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. So think about it if you're Philadelphia. To get Jaylen Brown in the prime of his career at 30 years old for a player in Paul George who has been looked at different points as a negative contract, you are sending out 2 future first-round picks, but now you have Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, and the way Jaylen Brown has been playing, you would think he has multiple years, 3, 4, 5, 6 years left in his prime.
This is a sad day for the Boston Celtics. And as a former Celtic, I do not approve of this trade. When you talk about Jaylen Brown, your former finals MVP, conference finals MVP, NBA champion, coming off his best season of his career, statistically, leading this team past, defeating all the odds. They were supposed to be in the tanking mode. This team finished second in the East, and I know things didn't work out like it was supposed to, but at the end of the day, if you're Brad Stevens, to me, he had already lost when he lost the Giannis sweepstakes to the Miami Heat. This is nothing but sloppy seconds, in my opinion. He just basically handed the Philadelphia 76ers a trip to the NBA Finals next year.
Well, that was Kendrick Perkins, that was Sean Sharania, and that was Jaylen Brown scoring a bucket against Paul George. The Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We are at the Phillies are playing right now against the Pirates. It is a 1-0 game down here at Urie's in Wildwood. But no one's paying attention to the Phillies right now. Jaylen Brown got traded to the Sixers on my drive home last night, and I almost caused 4 accidents on my way. What an unbelievable day it is for the 76ers. As Kendrick Perkins said, this was a horrible day for the Boston Celtics. And for once, it was the Sixers getting the better of the Celtics. Yes, the Sixers beat the Celtics in the end of the NBA playoffs, down 3-1. But this is even bigger. The Sixers somehow, some way, got out of a contract of Paul George and land Jaylen Brown. For my money, Jaylen Brown is one of the top two-way players in all of basketball. This is getting a top 10 to 15 player in all of basketball. This is getting rid of Paul George's contract. This is getting rid of having to say every single year, if Joel Embiid is healthy, if Paul George is healthy, you now have a legitimate superstar player. Tyrese Maxey, an all-star player, potentially taking the step to superstar player. But right now, Jaylen Brown is a legitimate superstar. And I don't know, for the first time in possibly our existence, we are questioning what the heck the Celtics were thinking. I can't imagine there are too many people listening. You could be the biggest Sixer hater of all time out there, and you would have to come to terms with they got one over on the Celtics here. What the Celtics did to the Sixers with the Jason Tatum deal for Fultz, this has now recreated that situation. Now, the draft choices are a part of this. One of them is in 2031. So we won't be talking about that part of the trade for about 5 years now. The second part of the trade, which is another draft choice, that is very, very, very convoluted. It has to do with pick swaps and all sorts of Clippers this and Sixers that. And the other part of the trade is Paul George. And that's it. It wasn't what they originally asked for, VJ Edgecombe and 5 draft picks. Somehow they whittled it down from VJ Edgecombe and multiple first-round picks to no, we're going to give you Paul George and a draft choice 5 years from now, and we'll give you another one just because we feel bad that you're getting so ripped off. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Yesterday, you were looking at the Sixers as we talked about. They had Dean Wade and Ariel Hockporty, and you're thinking, all right, this isn't really moving the needle. Yeah, they fit pretty nicely, but everybody else is making moves around you. You have now made, in my estimation, the move of the offseason. Is Kendrick Perkins right? Is this a move that now makes the 76ers legitimate Now, legitimate. Not like, hey, if Joel Embiid is healthy and he's an MVP-level player again, which has happened one time in his career, if Paul George is able to stay healthy all season long, no, those caveats are now out the window. Because you can make a legitimate argument that with Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, and Jaylen Brown, that team might be a contender. I'm not saying they're the favorite, but they could be at least a team that could win some rounds in the playoffs. Now you add a healthy, potentially, Joel Embiid, but this is my point. You don't have to go into the saying if Joel Embiid is healthy. That is now like a cherry on the top if you could get Joel Embiid to stay healthy. And look, now you can win games without Joel. There are nights where you don't have to have Joel play, and you can still think we can win this game. So you should be able to win. How many games did they win last year? 46 games last season with Joel Embiid playing in the 30s? And they won 46 games last year? Jaylen Brown took that team in Boston to 56 wins last year. He didn't have no Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe flanking him there. I mean, he had some nice players, but as we saw, you put Jaylen Brown now with Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, Dean Wade now just becomes exactly what now it makes sense. You get him. He's a floor stretcher. He's a defensive player. You got Jaylen Brown, one of the best two-way defensive players in the league. You got the two top scorers in the Eastern Conference, in the NBA last season. You throw in the fact that now if Joel doesn't play, you still have a shot to win those games. So last year you win 45 games with Joel Embiid and Paul George playing in the 30s. This is a complete game changer. I can't even believe it. So I'm driving home last night, and I get a text message from Nuggets. Looks like a Shams Charania tweet. I hit the tweet. It opens up, and I looked at it. And I said, there's no effing way. There was no possible way that this could be accurate. So I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it again. I'm looking to see if the spelling's right of Shams Charania's name on the tweet. I'm looking to see what the graphic says. Is there some sort of joke in there? Because this is the kind of thing that makes you feel like you're getting punked. So what I want to ask everybody is, this is the kind of trade, the magnitude to me, the kind of trade that I see here is you'll remember where you were when this trade happened. That's the kind of trade this was. You will remember where you were. I was driving home. I almost literally drove off the side of the road. I could not believe it. I looked at my phone probably 15 times. And even when I got out of the car, I couldn't believe it. I said, this is no way. I don't understand it. Where were you when this deal happened last night? We got here to Yuri's in Wildwood, and first thing is, where'd you hear about the trade? 609-403-0973. Pete G, where'd you hear about the trade? Where were you?
I was at my parents' house in their basement, just messing around on the computer.
Guy living in his parents' basement.
No.
On the computer.
That's a good one. No, but I'm messing around on the computer, and I get a notification on my watch. I got my noties on for Shams. So every time he tweets something, I get that thing immediately.
Your wife must love that.
Oh, yeah, she hates it. So I'm reading the message, and the first word I read is Blockbuster. So I'm like, okay.
That was Blockbuster. That qualified.
Then I see Jaylen Brown. Then I say, okay, where's he going? Wherever. Then I see 76ers, and my jaw drops. Then I read the tweet in full, and I say, Paul George and 2 picks and 2 second-round picks? Are you serious? Is there a Reddit thread out there that I'm missing that maybe, his car was stolen up in Boston by a teammate, and they had to get him out of there?
I don't even know how it was possible that the two teams had conversations, and this is what they agreed upon. Like how Mike Gansey, a West Virginia guy, by the way, gets on the phone and says, what about Paul George and 2 first-rounders? Like, you would say there's no way they're going to take this offer. How do you even make that offer?
I thought we'd have to attach a first-rounder to Paul George and trade him for, 40 cents on the dollar.
Well, Shams
said we get back a 5-time All-Star.
Well, Shams last night on SportsCenter explained the point you just made, Mike, about the Mike Gansey part of getting this deal done.
The 76ers were among about 8 to 10 teams that were engaged with the Boston Celtics over the last few weeks about a Jaylen Brown trade, but the Celtics asking price was just so sky high. Mike Gansey, the Sixers' new president, just stuck around for the party, waiting for that price to continue to drop and deplete. He didn't make the Irish goodbye like some other teams did.
Well, the fact that it went from them potentially getting Giannis, and then they were asking for like 4. Look, this has been talked about a lot, but the fact of the matter is this. Walker Kessler got traded yesterday, and they got more. There have been players that have been moved from teams this offseason that got more than the Celtics got for Jaylen Brown. And what are we missing about Jaylen Brown here?
Well, they were over a barrel. I mean, they tried to trade him, 2 years ago? That didn't work out. They tried to trade him 2 weeks ago for Giannis, like you just mentioned. That didn't work out. So there was no going back. And teams knew this, just like Shams said, and Philly pounced.
Well, this is the first time, I think everybody listening out there.
It makes Boston look crazy.
Well, you keep asking yourself, what is Boston doing? What do they know? How can they come to terms with this deal? And you said he had him over a barrel. That's fine. There was no time frame here. It wasn't like the A.J. Brown thing where, hey, if you do it on this date, you have to wait. There's no his contract does this, that happens if here. You could have waited throughout the offseason and kept taking calls. Why did you feel so pressured to make this deal? That's what I can't understand. So you're telling me, well, listen, I get it. The contracts fit. The George deal fit 1 for Jaylen Brown. So I guess it would be tough to find possibly teams that had something to match the contract. Fine. Okay. Even if there was only 4 of those teams, did you talk to all 4 and Paul George was the best you could have come up with? I find that hard to believe.
Well, that's what Shams said last night on SportsCenter. Here was Shams Charania explaining that.
The Celtics tonight believe this was the best offer that they were going to get, but I reported it earlier today. They were full-blown shopping Jaylen Brown around the league the last few days, trying to double back to teams that might not have wanted to give 3, 4, 5 first. Hey, what is your best offer now? What can you give us? Some teams felt like the Celtics were honestly yearning to make a deal today. And this is a player that has 3 seasons left on his contract.
I mean, if he's telling me, he said they were basically shopping him around the league. If that's the case, and this was the best deal, my next question would be, how did his value get to the point where there was no value? How did that happen? That you're telling me Walker Kessler had more value than Jaylen Brown.
Kawhi
that
Leonard.
Doesn't fly.
How about Kawhi Leonard? He got more in that trade than Boston did.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand it for the life of me. 609-403-0973. I'm going to say this.
Maybe Boston just is tired of Jaylen Brown.
Well, they are. There's no
they
question
don't
about
like
it.
him as a player
I
anymore.
wonder if Jason Tatum went to the Celtics and said, you need to get rid of this guy.
We've seen it in the past in the NBA plenty of times, right?
I mean, that was kind of
in the past. Once you win a championship, things change.
Well, there was a lot here. Jaylen Brown last year, everybody said they're going to tank, the team's going to stink, and he got them to 56 wins. And so he's saying, listen, you guys all thought we were going to tank. I got us to the number 2 seed. How am I the other guy?
Now, let me ask you this, devil's advocate. What happens if they did tank? Is Jaylen Brown still a Celtic?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. They probably, if they end up tanking, and it's the whole situation where they're no good, they don't make the playoffs, and the next thing you know is they have a draft choice in a great draft class.
Yeah.
They add a 3rd player at a manageable contract to the deal. The next thing is Now you have Tatum, Brown, and this other guy at a cheap cost, and you can keep those guys together. I think one of the problems because what Jaylen Brown was making, they had an extension coming up down the line, and they said, we don't want to pay that extension. And I think Jaylen Brown, once he heard that he was involved in the Giannis deal, he's thinking in his mind, I'm better than Giannis.
Yeah.
I got this team to 56 wins. Where were the Bucks this year?
It's the worst thing that could have happened is Jaylen Brown winning the Finals MVP, getting that ego, thinking he's just as good as Tatum.
But is he not just as good as Tatum? Like, which
I
of
mean,
those two guys?
Debatable.
Which of those two guys? When you play against the Celtics, which of those two guys are you like? Oh man, like it depends on the night almost.
Right.
True,
I mean,
true.
Tatum probably, but I'm a big fan of Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown, to me, anytime he came down late, I always felt he was going to do damage. Now, Jason Tatum's had some moments and some huge games against the Sixers, and I'm not trying to downplay what he, is or does.
And Brown's not perfect, right? He's not a perfect player. He has some deficiencies. He's got some off the court stuff.
He's a weird dude. There's no question about that.
We got to
He's
deal with another
dude.
Brown on Twitter and Twitch talking smack, right? We're used to it with AJ Brown. Now we get it with Jaylen Brown.
He's definitely a weird bird. Like you have the podcast P. Now you got this
Twitch
situation. I'm perplexed. What's on the text board here? We're on location today, by the way, at Uri's in Wildwood. The Phillies are on. It's 1-1 Phillies and Pirates. Rangel started, and he is now out of the game. Jonathan Bolin is in.
John's in.
So we'll keep you up to date on that. Stop out at the Sliders Bar. It is hot outside, and the traffic is rough.
Yep.
Big Vince hit the bridge. The bridge went up on big tall Vince out there. Had a rough day getting down here. The traffic was rough today. 609-403-0973. My computer has already died, so that's done. The computer overheated.
Well, I got
What's
the text
that?
board ready for you, Mike. So
So I don't have a text board in front of me at all today. We do have Keith Smith coming up in about
10 minutes.
Now he's a Boston guy, Keith Smith.
Keith is a national guy,
He
but
is
he covered the
ingrained,
Celtics,
yes.
so he's going to give us why the Celtics is. Plus Bobby Marks tonight at 5:30. Let's rip off a couple of quick texts and reaction.
Chris in Delaware chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0970. Says, great trade. I couldn't believe the Celtics made this trade. I just hope now Embiid takes a back seat and becomes the third option down low behind Brown and Maxey. Sixers need to run an offense where Embiid doesn't have to run the court and isn't the focus anymore. Let's go Sixers, as Chris in Delaware.
Well, Chris is right. I can't believe they made this trade, but I think that's one of the factors here is that Joel is no longer has to be. I think for the first time, the Sixers made a trade without building with Joel and around Joel in mind. I think this is a move that says this is the post-Joel team because Brown has 3 years left on his deal,
Correct.
which will be up right when Edgecombe starts to – so those guys are going to be up right around the same time. So you'll have 3 years to kind of evaluate the three of these guys together. With Joel, this is almost what, like, on some nights, Joel's the guy that's Joel. On other nights when Joel's not even playing, you still have Jaylen Brown who can win a game for you. Last year, Edgecombe and Maxey showed that they could win. Not like a lot, like they're not going to be a 50-win team, but they won 45 games without Joel really being, he missed 50 games last year, Joel.
And Maxey has no problem deferring to Jaylen Brown.
Well, that's going to be interesting
player.
because both of them averaged about 30 points a game last year. How is that going to work? That's something I'm pretty intrigued by.
We got another text from Gabe in Northfield. Says, this is like the Charles Barkley trade to the Suns, but in reverse. Seems unbelievable. Boston couldn't make a deal that was close like this with a non-rival team. I just don't understand it, but hallelujah anyway, says Gabe in Northfield.
Yeah, it's when but that situation was Barkley was on a team that just couldn't win. And he just was like, listen, we're not winning here. Let's go. Who are you waving at?
Promotions Jens was saying hello.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, Jen. Hey, I mean, I was looking up trades in the past. This one rivals probably better than the Jimmy Butler trade. I'm just talking about the process era, maybe last 20 years, whatever. Jimmy Butler trade, James Harden trade.
his age and where he is a better player than James Harden was when he came here, and a better player than Jimmy Butler. Him and Butler are similar, like in terms of their two-way guys, but better scorer, Jaylen Brown.
Way better scorer.
Yeah.
I'll squeeze in one more text here. Mike Rainey HC says, I owe my Sixers. They are my favorite team. I love this trade. I love this team. This is the perfect trade. He is an upgrade. Now we have, like you're saying, somebody who can go score when Joel's not on the floor. It doesn't feel like it has to be Maxey Edgecombe anymore. I'm a little upset about Kelly Oubre no longer being here, but I want to get it out of my system. I like Oubre, but Brown is the guy, says Rainey HT.
The Sixers are not done. They have just made another deal.
Got to put those noties on.
They have signed free agent guard Anthony Simons, who has got a 2-year, $12.3 deal with a player option. Now, he was with Boston, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they trade him in the
he was part of the Drew Holiday trade.
The Drew Holiday deal to Portland, and he's another scorer. The 76ers, he chose the Sixers over other suitors, believing he's the perfect fit for this revamped roster. They now have that other guard. So the Sixers make another big move today, and Mike Gansey is going for it. Wow. All right, 1-1, Phillies and Pirates. We got Phillies Fastball today at 4:30. What else is happening? I am like, I can't believe what's going on right now. The Sixers added Jaylen Brown, and they're not done. And there could be a bigger move coming. We'll explain. Keith Smith joins me next.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Somebody give me an Excedrin, man, because damn, I just can't, I can't hardly believe it. I mean, for a team like Philly that I've hated for so long, to get a guy like Jaylen Brown, Brad makes these kind of decisions. But the other narrative, you said, well, trade value of him is going down. Why not keep him? If that was the case, then, they pulled the trigger now, and there's a lot of angst out here. A lot of Celtics fans are calling me, and I had a friend of mine said, oh, the Celtics have broke my heart again.
Oh, that was Cedric Maxwell, part of the Celtics broadcast team. He needs an Excedrin for the first time in a long time. Now, the Sixers came back and won that series. That was a breakthrough, winning a playoff series against the Celtics. But have they now become the boogeyman for the Celtics? The Sixers, by the way, have just signed Anthony Simons as well. That's a 2-year deal, and he is a former Celtic, by the way, who could come back to team with Jaylen Brown to help the Sixers. I can't even believe we're having this conversation. So much so that Keith Smith is back with us. Now, he was on Tuesday's show. We talked about this, and it seemed bleak. Dean Wade and Ariel Hockporty were coming to the Sixers. Ho-hum. Keith, where were you when Jaylen Brown was traded to the Sixers? I think it's one of those things where everybody, at least here, was like, oh, my gosh. It's still almost like you're waiting for something to change. How did we get here? We talked about it Tuesday that Jaylen Brown was going to be something we're watching. We knew that there was some rumors and buzz that he and them maybe weren't seeing eye to eye. But why this deal? Why? I mean, how come? It's June. It's July 2nd. Why did they take the first deal possibly, or maybe an undervalued deal? Was it that bad? Keith Smith, Spotrac.com covers the NBA at Keith Smith NBA. The other thing would be how would you surmise the value of Jaylen Brown? Are you surprised that Paul George and 2 firsts? Like, listen, get it 2 firsts, that's nice, but I mean, Walker Kessler had more value than Jaylen Brown. How did it get to the point where Brown was viewed to this extent? Okay, well, Keith, real quick, you're right about it. Oh, you can make an argument that Jaylen Brown at this stage of his career should have more value than Kawhi Leonard. So I was going to say at this point, what kind of on-court impact? You watch him, almost nightly. What kind of on-court impact? Because this is a guy who took that team to 56 wins. And I think we were talking before you came on. If they do what a lot of people thought was going to happen, hey, they're 500. They don't make the playoffs without Tatum. Does any of this happen? How do you see him, Maxey, Edgecombe, Embiid fitting? Yeah. Yeah, well, listen, you brought up, I was going to actually ask you about it, but you walked right into it. I mean, they won 45 games last year, and Embiid and George only played in 30-some games. So you now have Jaylen Brown. We don't have to go through a season anymore where it's if Joel is healthy. They should be competitive enough without Joel being healthy. That's one thing where that really changes the dynamic. Keith Smith, Anthony Simons, he also signs today, gives them a little depth because that's one thing. You look, okay, great. They got 4 really good starters, but the depth just doesn't seem to be all that great. That's what happens to teams when you have these, level of players in your starting lineup. But he gives them some nice presence with Phillion now, a rookie. At least gives them a little bit after losing Oubre and Grimes, and then possibly Drummond. We'll see what ends up happening there. But now you have Wade and Hogporty and Simons and Phillion. That gives them a little bit of something on the bench. What happens with LeBron now? You didn't mention Philly at all in that expository. All right. The Sixers, I don't know. This is maybe I don't know if the Tatum for Fultz is still it would probably usurp this one in terms of lopsidedness and the impact. But this has got to be right up there of an all-timer. The trade came down right when we got off the air last night. Keith Smith breaking it down for us here on the Sports Bash at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, appreciate you jumping back on. Good stuff, Keith. Appreciate it. And by the way, Jaylen Brown has issued a statement after being read that statement fast live Wildwood. It is hot. We are inside at the Sliders Bar. So if you want to come out and get your 4th of July weekend started early, we got the Phils on. They're down 2-1 in the 7th.
Alvarado blowing the game.
That sounds normal. Alvarado in, Phillies down, but we got a couple innings left to go. We got the Phillies Fastball coming up a little bit later on in the show as well. We're Sports Bash live at Yuri's on the foot of the bridge in Wildwood, right here on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, welcome back live here at Urie's in Wildwood. The Sports Bash hanging out. Phillies today. They're down 3-1 now. What happened there? Alvarado gave up another run?
Yep, Alvarado gave up a base hit.
Can't have it.
Yep.
It's too hot out there for baseball right now. Come in the Sliders bar, hang out, get a couple, what do you got here on the Sliders menu today? Got the smash burger, little prime rib, little meatball. These are the Sliders mix and match. You can do that. Wings on the menu, thin crust pizza, all that on the Sliders bar menu. Happy hour from 3 to 5, which means you're in luck. In about 6 minutes, that beer is about to drop in price, plus 50% off the entire bar menu. This is the statement from Jaylen Brown. First and foremost, thank you to the Most High, even in the midst of adversity. I'm here with gratitude. I'm still processing how this all went down. I'm excited and disappointed at the same time. I earned my respect from this city. I never asked for shortcuts or special treatment. I simply showed up every day, put my head down, and accepted every challenge. The relationships I built here, the battles we fought together, the championship we brought to this city, and the connection I shared with the fans, I'll carry on with me. Saying goodbye isn't easy when you're invested your heart into something. I'm big on respect, and actions speak louder than words. To the people of Boston, thank you. To the community I built here, I love you. And to the shift as we are locked for life. As one chapter closes, another begins. I'm excited for what's ahead and grateful for this opportunity to join Philadelphia. Every city has its own identity, its own passion, its own expectation. I respect that. And I'm going forward to earning that respect the only way I know how, through the work. Philly, throw the ball up. Let's get it. That is from Jaylen Brown moments ago through Shams Charania. The one thing that he says that I think is apparent, he said that basically he didn't like the way things went down. He is disappointed. He says, I earned my respect from the city, and I never asked for shortcuts. I simply showed up every single day. He feels like he got disrespected by the organization, it sounds like, right?
Yeah, and you know what? It's got to be a sad day up in Boston. They lived through it before with Mookie Betts, right? The guy who went to Florida in the NHL. So, Brad Marchand, thank you, Josh. Yeah, so.
Well, some people are comparing this to the Mookie Betts trade from a couple of years ago for Boston. I don't care about Boston. Screw them. I'll take Jaylen over AJ.
Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
The Celtics were done with Jaylen Brown. They wanted to move Jaylen Brown. Ultimately, they did not care what the return was because this is not dollar for dollar value. It's not 75 cents on the dollar. This is at best 50 cents on the dollar. Paul George a couple of years ago was an all-star. He has been on a steep decline over the last 2 years. That's one of the worst contracts in the NBA. The first-round draft picks would be good, especially the one in 2031, but that is a long way off.
Mannix from Sports Illustrated on the Sports Bass Live 97.3 ESPN basically said the Celtics, they had enough. They were done with Jaylen Brown. They were ready to move him for pennies on the dollar, and that's what they got. They got pennies on the dollar. Where were you when the news happened? How did you get the news delivered? I got the news delivered by one Knicks Nuggets. Earnshaw texted me. I said, I don't need any alerts. He's my alert. And he sent me the alert yesterday. I got it on my phone. I opened up the tweet, and I couldn't believe it. I almost fell out of my driver's seat. I almost caused all sorts of accidents.
I'm glad Nuggets texted you because I texted him right away, and I didn't hear back from him until this morning.
I mean, Nuggets has got –
he's too busy
he's
on
waving
Instagram.
a towel. He's got a hat on. He's got sunglasses on. He's got the –
he's making his reaction
I thought
videos,
for sure that we would have had a little clap your hands everybody song coming back here with Nuggets dressed like this.
Hey now, Jaylen Brown is a 76er. Guys, I mean, who would have thought? See, Mike, I will be your alert for life now. You know, I'll be your life alert, okay? That's what's going to happen. I'm going to send you any trade from now on. I will be your guy. I'll be your personal Shams. How about that? Because I almost crashed yesterday as well. I'm going down Route 55 on my way, taking a couple of strolls down to Deptford area, getting some stuff done and getting my hair cut. And all of a sudden, I get a ding on my phone. I'm like, Shab Sharani, a tweet. And oh my goodness, Jaylen Brown's a Sixer. I mean, this is a great day. This is just a fantastic day if you're a Sixers fan. Remember yesterday, Mike, during the Nuggets, that we talked about they don't have a wing. They don't have a wing. Like Paul George, yes, I get it. He's 36. And we had talked about it yesterday. It's like they're kind of hanging around. There's a lot going on in the NBA. Teams are making moves, and then all of a sudden, boom. I mean, that is the greatest notification that I may have ever received and that you may have ever received, PG ever received, and Josh Henning have ever received. I mean, that was the greatest notification of all time. They are an instant contender with that trade. I don't even know how. I don't even have any other Nuggets planned today. I mean, we're only talking about Jaylen Brown. I got nothing else. I mean, Bill Simmons was this dropped during his colonoscopy yesterday. I mean, he couldn't even do a podcast. Yeah. He said he was dead, like the whole thing. He can't believe it either. So, I mean, this came out of left field. No way.
We do have the Bill Simmons reaction, Josh. Do we have the Bill Simmons reaction ready to go?
Yeah, that's great.
This was Bill Simmons today on his Bill Simmons reaction podcast.
My wife's waiting to pick me up, and she goes, "They traded Jaylen Brown." I'm like, I had just woken up from anesthesia, and I'm not, as you guys know, not really coherent. And I'm like, where'd he go? And she's like, to Philly for Paul George and 2 first-round picks. And I'm like, I think I'm dead. I think I died. The anesthesia killed me, and now I'm a dead person. And I'm like, and I'm just trying to process it. And
so that was Bill Simmons' reaction. He basically thought that he was dead, living in a dream. The fact that they traded Jaylen Brown, it's not even okay. It's not even that they traded Jaylen Brown for Paul George and the picks. It's that they came to terms with, we're going to send them to the Sixers, who they have faced in the playoffs multiple times along the way in the Jaylen Brown era, and it has been the hammer and the nail. The Celtics have hammered the Sixers over and over and over again until this year. You are now taking the chance that you are becoming the nail, and the Sixers will now be the hammer. They beat you this year, and now you're giving them Jaylen Brown to continue hammering away at the nail.
Yeah, I didn't like, you heard the rumors, all the stuff that went down with Giannis. It comes out today that he was ready to accept the deal to go to Boston, and Boston was only offering him a 2-year extension. He wanted 3 years. Boston said no way. He ends up down in South Beach. So that's how that plays out. And somehow this was the best deal on the table. I mean, it's unbelievable. I can't believe, I think the Sixers, I'm thinking in the back of my head, seeing these rumors go around, like, there's got to be something. Like, they can't just stand pat and think running it back is going to be sufficient enough to compete in the East next year. And guess what? They go out and they fleece Boston. This doesn't happen. The Sixers are always getting beat by Boston. Now, is there part of me, as someone who has been a Sixers fan forever? You've been a Sixers fan for your whole life. You're like, what do they know? What's going on? Like, there's got to be something. Like, this doesn't just fall out of the sky. And you also have to remember this, and this was another thing I thought about. Remember, Boston has new ownership as well. The Celtics have new ownership. And could it be they don't want to pay these top guys top dollar, and it's a different vibe around there now, more corporate, more so? So could that be part of this entire equation as well?
Remember, when you trade somebody, you have to go dollar for dollar. So they still have to pay somebody that number. Now, Paul George has 2 years left on the deal, whereas Jaylen Brown, he gets him in the 3rd year. So there would be 1 extra year where they would. So you telling me you would rather pay Paul George for 2 years the same money and then not, so you're saying that you wouldn't want Jaylen Brown for the 1 year. You couldn't justify that. Now, again, you could say, why did you have to do it today? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why yesterday? Why was it like, hey, because as Cedric Maxwell, we played that bite in the last hour, which was, if he didn't have the value that you thought, why not just keep him?
Yeah, I don't know. And the fact that they wanted VJ Edgecombe, they wanted 5 first-round picks. I mean, they gave up, the Sixers gave up less to get Jaylen Brown than the New York Knicks did to get Mikal Bridges. I mean, Kawhi Leonard got, across the board, over the years, you look at this trade, it's like, how was that the deal? How was that the deal? You might as well just hold on to him. And they must not have thought, we're just done with him. We don't want Jaylen Brown anymore. It's like the Eagles were. They were done with AJ Brown. We get this guy. We get a Brown for Brown swap.
There was more here. This was obvious that this fence could not be mended. And I wonder how much Jason Tatum had a factor in this, that he said, listen, you guys need to get rid of this guy. Like some of the stuff that he was saying, because keep in mind, one of the things that he was saying afterwards was, this is the most fun of a season that he's ever had. Well, you had the season without Jason Tatum playing with you. Yeah, because I was the guy who was able to score 29 points a game, and we still won 56
It's very
games.
A.J. Brown-esque, right? After the Super Bowl, he comes out with that Instagram post, not satisfied. Jaylen Brown, kind of A.J. Brown-esque, right?
I guess if your last name's Brown, there's a little bit of drama that comes with you. So which Brown would you rather have at 29 years old, A.J. Brown or Jaylen Brown?
No, Jaylen Brown. It's not even, this isn't even a question. This is not even a question. And it's funny, they both have titles and are now going to a Boston team and a Philadelphia team. Both have titles, looking to add another one with their respective teams. It's amazing to me. It's amazing that this deal even was in the stratosphere of being completed.
Yeah, I don't know how the Celtics, even if you got to the point where you're like, he wants out, he never said that he wanted out. He never asked for a trade. So how did they pull the trigger on a deal this quickly without doing more due diligence? This seems like an impulse buy that you highly regret in the end.
Yeah, this seems like it was like, just get rid of them. We're done. We'll take whatever deal. Even if we sent him to our division rival, a team that just sent us home, came back 3-1, the whole nine, the whole shebang. You go and trade him to that team and make that team an instant contender. I mean, the Sixers are a much better team, and he's a clean fit. He's a clean fit. That's the other part of this. He could shoot. He could score. He could defend. He's a wing. This is like this couldn't have been a more perfect deal for the 76ers, and it takes so much pressure off of Joel Embiid. So much. It's like Joel.
Well, I feel like it takes the pressure off everybody. You don't have to. The conversation all season long doesn't have to be if Joel is healthy. Maybe even if Joel is not healthy, you should be a pretty good. Now, can you win a championship without Joel?
You're still
going
to need Joel Embiid in June,
right? But the point being is you can win games if Joel doesn't play a game or a night or 3 weeks, or you know what I'm saying? Like if he misses because he has another belt with Bell's palsy, or he breaks his face again, or he has another appendix removal, which whatever. Those situations would not crater your season where you could go from a number 1 seed, to being like a 6 or 7 or 8 seed. This having Jaylen Brown with Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, and now, by the way, Anthony Simons, who signed today as well.
Almost crashed my car again.
You have enough depth and talent that if Joel misses a pocket of time or he doesn't play on back-to-backs or whatever, that you should still be a competitive enough team. Jaylen Brown has already proven he can be a guy by himself to win 56 games with a team. That's where Maxey, I think, struggled as the lead guy, that you're not going to win 8 out of 10 without Joel just because you have Tyrese Maxey. That was one of the questions I asked yesterday. The Sixers have to figure out, in the big picture, 3 to 5 years from now, you're watching the Spurs, you're watching the Knicks, you're watching Oklahoma City, and they all have their 2 players. Do the Sixers view Edgecombe and Maxey as, I can see these 2 players playing in an NBA Finals as the best 2 players on our team? Now those guys bump down the line and you say Jaylen Brown and Maxey, and that's a different conversation.
Yeah, and I think it's a much better conversation, right? Like this, Jaylen Brown being 29 years old, heading into his age 30 season, this sets up the timeline for where the Sixers want to be. Maxey's entering his prime. VJ Edgecombe is so young, and he's going to develop even better. So he's that young budding star waiting in the wings that you have at your disposal as well. So he fits the timeline perfectly. And I also think about this too. And I love Tyrese Maxey. You and I have had the conversation many of times, okay? Tyrese Maxey's a great player. I don't think he's a 1. I don't think he is your first option, your first star on a championship level team. On a team like this, where he's the top 2, he's 2, and he's a top 2 in the league. Yeah, that's a championship level team. I think Tyrese Maxey's ceiling is being a great 2. Maybe not necessarily a Robin, but maybe like a 1A-ish. Jaylen Brown kind of being the top guy. You have Joel kind of on the back seat now, but can still give you something. That Tyrese Maxey being the second guy, yeah, that's a championship level team to me.
I agree. Is that, to me, I always felt that Tyrese is fun. He's a great guy. He's a guy that you want to root for, but I don't know. Now, you could say, hey, Jalen Brunson was thought to be the too small guy that wasn't able to do it, and maybe Maxey would have graduated to that. Remember, Brunson's still a younger guy, but he's been in the league for like 8-9 years.
Yep.
Maybe Maxey, when he's a little bit more mature and older and stronger. I think one of the problems with Maxey is he's still like not strong enough to get all the way to the basket all the time and finish around the rim and all that stuff. And he plays so many minutes. That all gets cut down now. Jaylen Brown cuts your minutes down. You have the rookie, Phillion. He's here now. Simons, you have some legitimate bench guys. I don't understand how this happened in a matter of less than 24 hours. Yesterday at this time, you felt Well, they got Dean Wade. Okay, he's a better fit, but I mean, what is that really doing for you? To now, all of a sudden, you are legitimately saying that you can see yourself. I mean, Kendrick Perkins said it, that this trade has allowed the Sixers to be a team that can walk into, now I'll say waltz in like they're the best team no matter what, but they're in the conversation.
And you know what had to happen for this to happen? The chain of events. Philly beats Boston in the playoffs, but then they get swept by New York, so Daryl Morey gets fired. Does Daryl Morey make this trade? Maybe not. Analytics.
Hey, listen, I was not a Morey hater by any stretch of the imagination, but
sure.
I don't think Daryl Morey is. The only thing I would say is
he does not make this trade. No
well, I would ask this question: who initiated the conversation? Did Gansey initiate the conversation, or did the Celtics say,
reported,
looking down the list of teams that had contracts that would fit for Brown? Because that's one of the things Keith Smith said. It ruled out a lot of teams that could match the salaries.
Yep.
So who made the initial call is the question. Did Gansey say we're involved? Because everybody knew that they were once the Giannis thing fell apart. Everybody started to be like, it was like churn in the water there. And everybody started making the calls. And then when they asked for the moon, the sun, and the stars in the sky, you back out of that deal. So did they call you, or did Gansey entrepreneur that call?
I think it was Gansey. Gansey, Bob Myers, Jameer Nelson. I think it was those three guys.
Right. And if that's the case, then listen. I was a Morey fan. I didn't really think that he did a terrible job, but I don't know that he makes this deal. I think he makes the deal if it's presented to him.
Well, the analytics side of it, he was made, that's his focus, right? He's big on analytics.
Mm-hmm.
Jaylen Brown is not a good analytic player.
Well, from some of the reporting, and I heard Bill Simmons say this on his podcast, he said that somebody ran into one of the Sixers owners at the guy who owns Michael Rubin had his white party the other day. Was it last night? And they said, like, how do we get Jaylen Brown? And the owner guy for the Sixers, like, we have no idea. We're as shocked as you are. Like, he couldn't believe that they got Jaylen Brown either. So one of the things was being reported was that the Sixers were trying to get off of Paul George. Like, they wanted to get out of that deal as well.
Yeah, no, they for sure. They wanted to get out of the Paul George deal. You had to get off one of the Embiid or the Paul George deal. That had to happen, Mike. That's exactly what had to happen. And it kept coming to the back of my mind. I'm like, Mike Gansey, first-time president of basketball operations, going to have the keys, right? Like, he's going to want to make a splash. It's like there's going to be someone who's going to want to take Paul George. Didn't think it would be a Jaylen Brown, maybe more of a salary dump to maybe a lower level team who's not really in contention that much that could just take on the salary maybe at some point. But the fact that Mike Gansey, he's been all over the place. You now signed Simons, which is an absolutely great value move for them. He could shoot the three lights out.
Yeah, let me real quick on Simons. For people who don't really know him, he's not as big of a name, obviously. Anthony Simons is one of the best three-point bucket getters, as Keith Smith said. One of his problems is not a great defensive player. However, if you have a night where you're struggling, someone's not shooting it well or whatever, he is one of the top three-point shooters, 38% from three. His problem is he doesn't play a lick of defense. But on this particular team, there's minutes for that guy that can go out there, get buckets. But it gives one of the problems this team had that they've now addressed is their depth. They now have a depth situation where I think you can legitimately ask, like Dean Wade, one of his things in Cleveland, he only played about 23 minutes a game.
Yep.
He could essentially now come off the bench for you. You could have him come off the bench or Barlow come off the bench. Maybe Barlow goes into the fourth spot as a defensive-minded guy. So they have a lot more ways that they can juggle this lineup.
Yeah, and you could have one of the starters just in at all times, essentially, a fully healthy five. You can have one of those guys just in with your bench lineups, right? And just switch them in and out. And that's going to be up to Nick Nurse to figure out how to get these all these guys involved and how they're going to play together, right? Like, how's Maxey going to play off ball with Jaylen Brown, et cetera? What are going to be the rotations like? What are they going to, are they going to put Edgecombe out there with Simons because Simons is, more of a shooter and Edgecombe can play a little bit more defense? Like, those are all things that they're going to have to figure out, and that's going to be up to Nick Nurse. But this is a vehemently better squad today than it was when we talked at the early Nuggets yesterday at 3 p.m. I mean, we were like, yeah, Dean Wade's it's a nice signing. They got Hawkporty from the Knicks. It's like, all right, is there anything else? They just got to run it back again. And I think Pete is right. Like, I think Daryl Morey would have probably ran it back with a couple of minor moves and just ran this exact squad back because he's the one who signed Paul George.
Very possible, unless he was able to say, I'll give you Paul George, you give me your bad deal for a player that also is at the end of the road. Something to that. Yep. I don't think he gets Jaylen Brown. Now, again, did the Celtics let out all of the signals that, hey, we're open for business now, and that everybody started calling, and that they asked for so much that had teams backing off? I think that's what ended up happening here, because obviously they asked the Sixers for VJ Edgecombe and 5 picks.
Yeah, and like we talk about it, like, and we think like they're just, why not just hold on to Jaylen Brown? Well, that also goes to the factor of they didn't want him anymore.
If they traded VJ Edgecombe in this deal with Paul George, let's say they did Edgecombe, George instead of 2 first-round picks, they did Edgecombe and George. Would you be upset?
A little bit,
yeah,
I
think so.
I mean, you'd be upset that you lost VJ Edgecombe, but you can't be upset that you got Jaylen Brown.
No.
You can make an argument that VJ Edgecombe is a really good player, but I don't know that he's the player that's going to help.
He could turn into Jaylen Brown, though.
Mike, and right? I think that's part of it. Like, I think this is what makes it so exciting is that they didn't give up VJ Edgecombe. They gave up picks, who cares? And they got off the Paul George contract. I think that's what makes it even more shocking, even more exciting, is that the fact you kept Edgecombe to pair with Jaylen Brown, and now he can blossom and continue to develop. That's stunning. The fact that they didn't have to give up the young player to get the star. That is amazing in of itself.
I can't believe that in the end you gave up Paul George. And the one pick, by the way, is in 2031. I mean, realistically, I know in 5 years, if we're still all here doing the Sports Bash, having a conversation in 2031 about, I can't believe you gave up that draft choice. How different are these teams going to be in 2031?
Yeah, I mean, you can't look at it like that. It's like the Phillies with the prospects, right? Like, you're trying to win right now, and you have good enough players to go for it. Go for it, and that's what Mike Gaines is doing.
Pirates, by the way.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
No. Bullpen stinks right now.
Yeah, the Phillies are on the back burner right now. I mean, you have a 4th of July weekend to celebrate Jaylen Brown being
seriously,
a Sixer.
We had Country Roads blaring last night. We got Mike Gansey making trades. I mean, it is West Virginia all the way here, baby.
You guys are living. You guys are living.
Now, could they come up with a better song than Country Roads, or is that the perfect song?
Peachy texted us last night in our group. Millions of songs out there, and they come up with Country Roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the song is a unifier.
It is.
Does it fit? Does it fit with the vibes of U.S. men's national team with that amazing win, playing with 10 guys last night for a half hour? Does Country Roads, John Denver fit with the vibes?
It's a great question.
That's my question.
I wonder.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, I think
nothing again. I mean, I love that song. That's our anthem. But
now, there are people out there that are trying to say that the song is not actually about West Virginia, that it's about Western Virginia. That has actually been somewhat debunked.
There you go. And did you watch the soccer game last night at all, Mike?
I did. I did watch the game. Now, I missed most of I didn't see the red card situation. But I will say about Country Roads, it's not the words of the song so much as it is
about
the
going
pace
home.
of it and being right. It just makes you think about like driving down the road and going home, and it's that part of it. It's not the location that really matters here. But so there's a guy who did a song called Q Country Roads. And he talked about this recently because of the song gaining so much popularity because of the baseball team recently. And he said a lot of people have opined that the song was actually written about Western Virginia. And a lot of people have kind of thrown that in the West Virginia people's face as if, the song's not even about you. However, this guy, I can't think of his name. I'll think of it, and we can hear. We can play the bite later if we have time. but he said he actually had to get permission from the John Denver estate for the song that he came up with called Q Country Roads. It's kind of a spin-off of the song, and he had to get permission from them because of the fact that it's about the state of West Virginia, and his song is also about the state of West Virginia.
Well, I'll tell you
he
what.
has to pay a royalty to the John Denver estate to use the name Q Country Roads.
Well, I'll tell you what. WVU is up right now, and we got one guy in a Philadelphia front office that is cooking from WVU. All right, he's continue to cook today with the Simon signing. It's just unbelievable. There you go, Mike. One big nugget for you today. Jaylen Brown. He's a Sixer, baby.
I am still now. PG's over here saying you never texted him back last night.
I never heard back.
Never
You know how
heard
many
back
texts I got last night and DMs I got last night from people?
Care.
Did you see this?
Wow.
I got back to
He's
him.
saying,
I got,
you know how
I was
many
at a
I
party.
got, and he's saying that how many I got. Yours are lower than theirs.
Exactly. How
And
many
then
of those did you
wait.
respond to
Then-
right away?
Then I went to a party. Then I went to a USA soccer party viewing. So I really wasn't getting back to a lot of people till this morning.
Yeah, he's too busy on Instagram making those.
Yeah, he
instant
said
reaction
you had plenty of
videos.
time to make a reaction video.
You sure did.
I did. After the
By
haircut.
the way, where'd you get those sunglasses?
These ones? These are Amazon.
Yeah.
Amazon, baby. There you go.
That's what Amazon's for. Keep them there.
Go Sixers. Hey now. Jaylen Brown. I'm out.
Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Someone just texted me. Awful shade choice by Earnshaw. He has a picture. Awful
He
shade
looks like
choice.
the Terminator.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, he looks like the Terminator.
Yeah. A listener watching on the YouTube channel said, awful shade choice by Earnshaw. I agree. That was a bad look right there. Those were Amazon Sungees if I've ever seen a pair. Woo.
RoboCop.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up all the way. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. By the way, Phils are down 5-1 in the ninth.
We haven't even talked about Wheeler last night.
We're going to get into that.
Testy with
We're going to get into that.
Baseball.
Yeah, we're going to get into that coming up here on the Sports
wait.
Bash Live. Yuri's in Wildwood. They got the happy hour going, and it's too hot to sit outside, I think. You should be in the Sliders bar. You might have a heat stroke outside today. It's my phone says feels like 110.
Even in Wildwood, where it's supposed to be.
Wildwood says today high feels like 110. This guy's got the right idea. He says, I'm not going outside. I'm staying inside. I'm cooling off. It's too hot out there. You just can't do it. And there's another home run.
There's another home run.
All right. Well, we'll have some more fun. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
There's only one Ozempic.
Hello, I'm Ozempic, and I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Ozempic, you redid your jingle?
Ah, thanks for noticing. Catchy, right?
No.
Okay, then. Well, ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of me, the Ozempic pen, may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic.
There's only one Ozempic.
Ah, I told you it was catchy.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over 100.
We're hanging out at Uri's for the Phils today, and the Phils are not partying with us the way we like them to. They're down 5-1 in the ninth.
6-1,
last
actually.
licks now. Oh, 6-1? They scored again?
6-1, yep.
6-1 in the ninth. They get last chances here. Try to split this series. The Pirates will. If they win this, they'll split the series 2-2. Last night, Phil's interesting game. We thought Skeens versus Wheeler would turn out to be a phenomenal pitching duel. It turned out to be anything but. We had Skeens knocked around in the game last night. You had Wheeler, 10 strikeouts, but he got knocked out of the game before the fifth inning. I had heard something. He had pitched had a consecutive streak going of how many games he pitched in 5 or more innings. I got to look that back up. I could have sworn somebody said it was like 50-some starts that he pitched 5 straight innings or more, and that snapped last night. He had 2 outs in the fourth, and he could not make it to the end of that. He had 104 pitches last night when Don Mattingly pulled the plug. Here was what Zach Wheeler said. He did not seem happy after the game.
Yeah, I was upset. Getting taken out of the game.
You'd like to finish 5?
Obviously, yeah. I feel like I've earned that.
Talk to Don about it?
Nope.
Will you?
I don't know.
So Wheeler obviously very short. He was not happy. He said, I've earned it. Well, today, Don Mattingly was asked before today's game if he had the opportunity yet to talk to Zach Wheeler. Here was Mattingly's first exchange with reporters.
At this point, I don't think he wants to talk to me yet. Maybe he'll settle down and talk to me later, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet. But in general, it really doesn't bother me at all that he's upset. I think the great ones never want to come out of a game, and he's no different. I had Kershaw out there. He did not want to come out of games.
So it's a very Rob Thompson-like answer, right? You want your best guys to not want to come out of the game. I want my guys to want to play every single day. Wasn't that similar to what the Castellanos thing was last year?
Yep.
When Castellanos was angry, Thompson was like, hey, you want guys to want to play every day. Don Mattingly, though, he does throw in the caveat. I had Clayton Kershaw, and he didn't want to come out of games either. So it kind of adds to take my side in this almost, right? Like if you're trying to pick a side here, whose side are you on? I'm clearly on Mattingly's side here.
Especially when we haven't even mentioned that Wheeler's coming off TOS, the surgery in the offseason. He's pitching with one less rib. So, yeah, he's at 104 pitches. It's 95 degrees outside. It's July 1st. So
that's the thing. I think this is where the Phillies have tweaked their analytical approach a little bit with Don Mattingly over Rob Thompson. I think Thompson was much more on board with the front office and their philosophy and didn't really push back on it too much. You guys want me to take a guy out after 100 pitches? I ain't going to fight you on it. Where Mattingly, I think, is a little bit more, it's his son he's dealing with here, right? Hey, sorry, I left the guy out there an extra 10 pitches. But last night, I definitely think he was like, okay, I let you go a little further than the organization would like me to see you. I couldn't keep you going. He mentioned, hey, there was 2 outs, but like if the next batter, maybe he throws 10 pitches. If he threw 15 pitches, now he's up into. And the last thing you need is to see a guy throwing 115, 120 pitches on a game in June when you weren't really thinking about putting him out there. Now, the question is, Wheeler had a 53-game consecutive regular season streak going of starts at least 5 innings. That streak started June 22nd, 2024. He sounded like I earned the opportunity to keep that thing going. Is he right?
I think they did give him the leash. Like you just mentioned, they gave him a leash, and he didn't come through for him. He couldn't get out of the inning. That was the leash.
So, right. How many more batters should the Phillies have said, hey, we'll give you one more batter to go?
And this series has been a lot of offense, right? The bats have been alive this entire series. Last night especially.
Not today.
Well, for the Phillies, but the Pirates.
Which is funny because I was on my way down here, and I heard Jimmy Rollins during the broadcast mention it's hitting season.
Yeah.
There was a ball hit to right field. It was the one where the Pirates had runners on base, and the ball hit the top of the fence, but everybody basically only moved up one base because the ball just kept carrying and carrying and carrying, but it didn't look like it was going to go out. And, yeah, it's hitting season, but not for the Phillies today. They've only mustered up 1 run. But yesterday, the Phillies scored 10 runs in that game, and that's why I'm wondering if he's saying to himself, look, it is – I think it was 4 – the Pirates, it was 6 – I think it was 8-2 at the time or 8-2 when the inning started.
Right.
And then he gave up 2 runs in the 5th. So he's saying, look, we had a 4-run lead. I think I had earned the opportunity to stay out there and try to finish that inning because it wasn't like we were going to cough up the lead in that situation.
Well, again, they did give him a longer leash than I think they really wanted to.
I agree. It got to 8-3. So it was 8-2 when the inning started. And it got to 8-3. And he's saying that's a 5-run lead with 2 outs. He got the first 2 guys out. He struck out Reynolds for the second out of the inning. But here's what Mattingly had to say about why he thought that was the right time.
From my standpoint, I got to protect not necessarily him, but he's at 105 in that inning. He has a 10-pitch at bat. He's at 115 in the 5th inning. This is a long-term kind of situation. I think you guys know our rotation is obviously a great rotation, but the depth of it is not just filled with, 4 schemes down in the minor leagues ready to pop in and fill the spot. So, my job is to make sure that this guy stays available.
I like that little shot he takes at the organizational depth there, right? You like that one?
I do. And I like how he threw out Clayton Kershaw. He dropped that name.
So Magnum's the hitter that comes up. He's a switch hitter. So you didn't have to bring Backus in. It wasn't like they had a lefty-lefty situation here. So you could have kept Wheeler in to face Matt. There was 2 outs. He had given up back-to-back singles after that. And actually, I think it was back-to-back singles.
Yeah, I mean, Wheeler did not have a good game yesterday. He did strike out 10, but he did get hit. They had, 9 hits? He gave up 9 hits?
I think so. I think he gave up 9 or 10 hits yesterday
so he did get hit around.
I don't know.
So
I don't.
So far off.
I think Mattingly's justification is fine. It's a June game. I think what Wheeler is bringing up is the fact that he had this streak going, and he doesn't want to say that. Is that what everybody, Josh? You jive with that as well?
I think it's more than the streak. I think it's Wheeler saying, look, I've been pitching in this city for a long time. Don't come out here and yank me out of the game. Come out from the dugout and ask me how I'm doing. Like, give me a little bit of a warning shot first before you pull me out of the game. Like, show me a little bit of, hey, Zach, you're a guy.
How about the fact that Mattingly's saying, listen, I had to deal with Clayton Kershaw. So it is what it is, man. I'm not going to let you or Clayton Kershaw tell me how this goes.
This is a case where I think both sides are right. I know
that's
people,
fair.
I know people want us to take sides, but I think Mattingly is right by saying, look, it's July. I got to protect my guy in my rotation. So when we get to October, we're 100% ready to go. And I think Wheeler's right because he feels like, hey, you guys got to give me at least the opportunity, right, to maybe try to finish this inning.
Like PG said, you can make a case. They did give him the opportunity. He had 2 outs. Valdez singled, and then O'Haron singled, and then Gonzalez singled. So now it's 8-3.
Right.
With 2 on still. So it's 8-3. It's a 5-run game. So you could make the argument that, right, it's still a 5-run game. Like, you can let me try.
Though, if that's Jesus Luzardo, he's coming out of the game, right?
Yeah, no one's having the conversation.
But I think that's what Wheeler's – but, P, I think that's what Wheeler's point is. I think Wheeler is trying to say, hey, man, listen, I'm not Luzardo. Come out here and, like, talk to me before you yank me out of the game.
Well, the one thing is those guys need to talk. I mean, the fact that they haven't talked yet, hopefully they talk.
Does anybody think this carries over?
No, I think cooler heads will prevail eventually. I don't feel like Wheeler's this like Castellanos disgruntled man-child.
Well, I feel like people are almost, because Mattingly is so popular right now with replacing an somewhat unpopular guy. I mean,
with
Thompson,
the fan base or the players?
Fan base.
The fan base.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think the players had any problem with Thompson at all.
The players love Thompson.
But they're saying that Mattingly essentially can't do any wrong.
Well, when does the honeymoon end? Now that they're, 2.5 games out of first place? Is the honeymoon over?
I mean, unless they completely go off the rails here. I don't think that
But the honeymoon with Don Mattingly, where you just said he's so popular with the fan base, he can do no wrong.
Pete, if I could flip the question back to you, do you think there is a move or a decision that could put Mattingly in a bad spot with the fans?
I think if last night blows up in his face,
if
sure.
Wheeler, if that blows up in his face and Wheeler, right? And then that starts something. I don't see that happening. I think him and Wheeler will have a conversation. My question would be, though, would it bother people if Wheeler started something because he wanted that streak to go? Like, that's not for the betterment of the team. And what the comment that Mattingly said was, I got to do what's best for the club. He's got 105 pitches. It's 8-3 in a June game. We got a 5-run lead. I don't need him throwing 115 pitches on July 1st.
Yeah.
Especially on a night when Jaylen Brown got traded. We're all having fun.
The World Cup's going on. We don't need Zach Wheeler to pitch any longer than he has to.
I mean, all kidding aside, you know what I'm saying? Like, would it bother people if Wheeler was essentially putting himself ahead of the team?
I think people would be a little disgruntled by that for sure.
Because it's almost like Wheeler also was another guy. You know, he's not the most talkative guy.
Right. Which is why last night was rare. Last night was rare to hear him verbalize frustration.
Yeah, I mean, for him to come out and, he's verbalized frustration when he hasn't pitched well, but he hasn't verbalized frustration
about
so much
other
as
people.
to, I don't like the fact that you took me out of that game because I had a chance to win, essentially. Yeah. He wanted, did he want the win? Because he can't get the win unless you go 5 innings. We know that.
That's true.
And all of that. I don't know. I think we'll find out in a little bit here if Don Mattingly gets asked after the game, hey, did you get a chance to talk to Zach Wheeler? And Jeff Kerr, who will join us tonight at 4:30 with Oscar Budijan for Fastball. They'll be here in less than an hour, so we'll hear what they have to say. When we come back, the Sixers trade for Jaylen Brown. But could there be another piece coming? You'll hear that coming up next. It's Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, live at Yuri's on the waterfront in Wildwood.
A Major League Baseball 4th of July doubleheader. First in Seattle, the Mariners face the Toronto Blue Jays.
Absolute no doubter to left for Vladimir Guerrero
Jr. Then at Wrigley, the Chicago Cubs go head-to-head with the St. Louis Cardinals.
God! Second 3-run homer for Ian Happ today.
The Blue Jays and Mariners at 3:30 Eastern, followed by the Cardinals and Cubs. A 4th of July doubleheader.
Listen to Major League Baseball all season on 97.3 ESPN.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg that the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
You have the choice. Whether it's dining out, grabbing takeout, planning a fun night out, or spending the day with family, these choices help put money right back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey is proud to spotlight great local businesses. Boathouse Restaurant and Marina Deck in Wildwood. Specialized
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
If LeBron James looks at Philadelphia, if he ever had any thoughts about joining that franchise, now would be the time. And of course, the Eastern Conference represents a better pathway to contending for a title than the West does, right? So if you're LeBron now, when you look at the starting lineup for the Sixers, there's a natural opportunity to slot in as a power forward. And then you could be talking about a starting five with Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, and LeBron James. That's a starting five that can compete with the New York Knicks to come out of the East.
Yeah, it sure could. And that was Chris Canty on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the day, brought to you by the great people over at Cross County Connection. They have 6 South Jersey Connects providing fare fee transportation across southern New Jersey. Call 856-229-7571. Visit driveless.com. He thinks that LeBron James should be thinking about Philadelphia. I think it would be a perfect fit. He could be that number 4 guy. Now, the one question would be, who brings the ball up? I mean, Jaylen Brown brought the ball up a lot for Boston. Tyrese Maxey's brought the ball up. LeBron, he brings the ball up for the Lakers. Who's that kind of point guard to set everything up? You can interchange those guys, but we see a lot that doesn't always work where it's like, hey, you be the point guard this quarter, and I'll, that might be one thing is that if LeBron came here, would he fit with Jaylen Brown and Maxey because of the way those guys like the ball so much? That's what you got to think about.
And I think from what you've seen this offseason with the draft pick and the Jaylen Brown move, obviously, is they're trying to get Maxey off the ball a little bit more.
That is quite possible. They might say, hey, Jaylen Brown, you're going to bring the ball up. And now Maxey, you don't have to have that worry of bringing the ball up. But, if the one thing is, if you brought LeBron, he is not a, animal on the glass at 41 years old.
That's my problem. I'm sorry. It's just this whole LeBron thing. I feel like every time LeBron's been a free agent, everyone gets obsessed with the idea of, could LeBron come to Philly? He was in the area looking at schools. He's played golf in Upper Darby or wherever it was. And it's like, to me, I don't think he's a fit at all on the court because you need a rebounder. Who's the new rebounder? You're going to ask LeBron to go out there and get 10 boards a game? That ain't happening.
No, it's not. No, you're right. He's not a great shooter, right? He's not a guy who's like a catch and shoot, knock down 3-point shooter.
Nope.
He still has the body, though, and he's still physical.
That's
really
great, but you have Jaylen Brown and VJ Edgecombe for that.
I mean, would you care, though, for 1 year? You have LeBron James?
Well, the question would be, defensively, he's 41 years old. Can he still D up on the perimeter? Or is he a guy who's now a liability on the defensive end? He's not a rebounder. I would say, look, I'm not the biggest LeBron guy in the world in terms of, is he this all-time great competitive winner? I don't know if I put him on that pantheon, but he has won multiple championships. He is a veteran. And if he came here on the veterans minimum, would that tell everybody that he's just here to win?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Absolutely it would. But I still don't know how he fits because, again, you guys mentioned about how Maxey and Brown handle the ball. Well, LeBron loves to handle the ball. So, I mean, now you got 3 guys going to be competing for the handling responsibility.
Well, that's the thing. Is the fit just not a good fit because he needs to have the ball? Or can you utilize him in other ways where he doesn't have to have the ball?
I think it's up to him, right? I mean, is he willing? Like you said, if he takes the veterans minimum, that's a signal that he's willing to do it.
Exactly. That's my point. If he's willing to take the veterans minimum, that's the signal that I'm here just to tell me what to do. I'm hanging out. I just want to win a championship. But this was the best option.
But to play devil's advocate, what for you, Mike, is the selling point for LeBron to come here versus some of the other places that have been talked about, like Cleveland, Golden State, Miami?
Do you want to play with James Harden?
Well, Cleveland is separate because that's where he's from.
Yeah, exactly.
But where he started.
Do you want to play with James Harden?
Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley.
Mm-hmm. James Harden.
Still a good lineup.
It is a good lineup.
I think it would be more about coming home, finishing where I started. That's why he would go to Cleveland, right?
Yeah. What situation, if you're LeBron and I'm pitching you, you can come to Golden State and play with Steph Curry, and quite frankly, that Anthony Davis thing kind of fell apart, it looks like.
Yeah, the Anthony Davis
Draymond
thing
Green.
looks dead.
Yeah, so that doesn't seem as appealing all of a sudden. The Cleveland thing, I'm going back home, but is the Cleveland team better than the Philadelphia team right now? What do you guys think?
I don't think so.
I think LeBron's a better fit for Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, if you add LeBron to Harden, Mitchell, Mobley, Allen.
Right, but I'm saying take LeBron out and put LeBron in either spot. Which team gets better? Which team, if you're LeBron, are you saying I would rather go to that team because it's a better fit for me? Is it Cleveland or Philly?
It's a good question.
And you got the Heat, too. I don't know that that's a great fit for him either. You've got Giannis, another guy who doesn't shoot all that well. You got Bam, another guy who doesn't shoot all that well.
That'd be weird for his legacy to go back to Miami a second time. I don't know.
All right, when we come back, it's Football at 4. We'll do a quick little breakdown of some things happening with the Birds with Andrew DeCecco for Football at 4 coming up next. And, of course, it's brought to you by our friends at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Big bets, big screens. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Monday night, Team USA will take on Belgium in the round of 16 in the World Cup. You can watch all the action at Ocean Casino Resort. We're at Yuri's in Wildwood at the foot of the bridge, and it's time for Football at 4 with Andrew DeCecco. We have a little NFC East mailbag questions today for Andrew. Thanks to everybody who submitted your questions for Andrew today. We had a good mailbag this week. This is the NFC East version for Andrew DeCecco, who joins us right now on the Sports Bash. Andrew, what's going on, man? You got you got A.J. Brown gone to Boston, Jaylen Brown coming to Philadelphia. It has been a massive day for the Philadelphia and New England fan bases again. Crazy stuff is happening, but people still getting ready for the start of training camp, which is less than a month to go here. And we'll start with a question right down here in Wildwood. Brian in Wildwood wants to know, hey, Andrew, pick your favorite NFC East quarterback. Who has the biggest year out of Hurts, Prescott, Daniels, or Dart? All right, so he likes Jaden Daniels there. A lot of quarterback, conversation, I'm sure, as we get closer here. Jackson Dart, very intrigued by where he goes in year number 2 for the Giants. This question regards his receiver, Malik Neighbors. Before that injury, Andrew, did you see Neighbors as a potential top 5 wide receiver in the league? This one has to do with Washington, and it's similar with Jaden Daniels here. That now that Jaden Daniels is back, how much better do you think the Commanders will actually be this year? They had high expectations coming off of the NFC Championship game the year before. Another question for Andrew in our NFC East mailbag. This one has to do with the Giants about John Harbaugh bringing instant culture. Last year, the Giants fell apart in some fourth quarters. How much does Harbaugh eliminate that? All right, this one is from Stephen Lower Township. He said the Cowboys have all their offense back, but what about their defense? Is the defense any better than it was a year ago? All right, we're talking with Andrew DeCecco. Our offseason summer mailbags continue. These are very NFC East focused today. We got some NFC East questions here. This one's on Washington and Terry McLaurin. Can the Commanders really count on Terry McLaurin to be a top guy anymore? Well, Andrew, they went and go ahead. I was just. Well, yeah, and I was going to add, they changed their offensive coordinator there as well. Kingsbury, they had Debo there last year. He was kind of banged up. They never got to implement that there. So I'm wondering what David Blau, how much there, we're talking about Philadelphia and the changes to their offense. What difference will the Washington offense have? I guess that remains to be seen. All right, we'll ask, fit one more in here for Andrew. Andrew, the last time you mentioned Christian Parker, how much you like him for Dallas, but is their defense actually better now without Micah Parsons? Well, we'll look forward to see that rivalry take place Thanksgiving Day. Of course, the Eagles take on the Cowboys, and of course, you can listen to every Eagles game right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, keep the mailbag questions coming for the rest of the summer. We'll start our summer division previews here on the Sports Bash as well. Tomorrow we are off, so Josh will be talking with Adam on tomorrow's show. But Andrew, have a great 4th of July weekend, man. And we'll keep them going. Thanks to Andrew and all the guys from Inside the Birds. The summer questions certainly help us get through a lot of footballs at 4. Answering your mailbag questions is always fun for the guys here at Yuri's in Wildwood. Now, you can tell that the summertime's here. We had the bridge go up earlier today. That's a
Perfect
sure
timing, by the way.
Yeah, that is a sure tell that the summer at the shore is about to start. The bridge was up right here on exit 4 at the foot of the bridge, right where we are at Yuri's. Now, we see the staff had their big meeting beforehand. Now, you think they got a big pep talk? Like, all right, Jaylen Brown's in Philly now. We got to have a good night tonight.
Yeah, we got the World Cup. We got a bunch of games on right now.
Now, did you watch the whole game last night? Were you like from lock, stock, and barrel?
I did miss the first Balogun goal. I missed that goal. I saw him get the red card.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I turned the game on, it was 1-0, and they were already down to 10 guys.
Right, and then they had that free kick where.
I saw the goal. I saw the goal from Pulisic that he was offsides on.
Right. Yeah, they call that back.
Yeah, I got in there. You say it's off. I don't know enough about the rules to
listen
on that.
To me, the whole game, I actually was watching pretty much the whole game last night.
And Balogun scored a goal too, Josh, but that got called back.
Right. So basically, last night was basically an abomination for referee. I feel like the World Cup borrowed the NBA refs and brought them to soccer. Basically, it was just so pathetic. First of all, the offside. The way offside works is very simple. Are you beyond the defender? Yes or no? When you get the ball. He wasn't. He was literally in line. They were basically measuring like an inch that he was offside. Like, come on, have a little couth to realize that the guy's there. And then the red card. Yeah, go ahead,
Josh. I got a soccer question.
He believes that the ref lacks couth in that situation.
I do.
When the offsides is called, do they have a challenge system or it's like an automatic review?
There's a review system. And so, for example, the review system is how the red card happened.
Whose discretion is it? The officials?
I think it's a collaboration of the review person and the official because there's somebody in their ear. It's kind of like hockey.
They reviewed the red card, and that's why somebody said, because I know obviously I'm in tune to the fact that this red card is very controversial.
Yeah, so initially the play was not a red card, but someone in the official's ear buzzed down and said, hey, on review, this is probably more than just a regular foul. And then they had a discussion, and then they turned into a red card, which is ridiculous because there was nothing malicious about what happened on that play.
But the play itself, I mean, it looked bad, right? If you slow it down, it did look.
If you slow it down,
it was a foul.
If you slow it down, it looks bad because the end result is he looked like he steps clearly on the guy's calf area. But if you speed it up in real time, you see he's making a play for the ball. He's not maliciously trying to tackle that guy. So the problem becomes there's so much interpretation of intent here.
Correct.
That gets really convoluted when you're trying to officiate that game.
So it's definitely a foul. It's probably not a red card foul.
Oh, it's definitely
definitively not a red card foul, but definitively a foul.
Correct.
Yeah.
The problem is there are so many times when you're watching these things and they show it to you in slow motion and the guy's on the ground like he got shot and you're like, they didn't even touch, so it's so hard.
Well, that's like
the flopping is so bad in that sport.
Yeah.
Right. So like, for example,
Jaylen Brown's mad at Joel Embiid for flopping.
Yeah.
I hope he's not a soccer fan.
So yesterday you had the game between Senegal and Belgium beforehand. Of course, everyone's watching because they want to know if USA wins, who they're going to play, right? Well, there was a very aggressive slide tackle in that game, and there's a whole debate. Should it be a foul? Should it be a yellow or a red card? Now, they ended up ruling it just a regular foul, and I thought that slide tackle was way more aggressive than what you saw from Balogun last night. Balogun was literally still playing for the ball last night, to me, look at that slide tackle by the Belgian guy, was basically trying to destroy the guy from Senegal, but they said, oh, it's a regular foul.
I didn't see that play, but I would say, and listen, again, I am by no means qualified to know the rules of soccer. I would say that Balogun penalty was just that, a penalty and no more. No intent, not trying to injure, playing on the ball, misplayed, and, yeah, he lands on the guy, probably hurt like heck. But to give a red card in that situation, yellow, fine, whatever, I don't even know, like, how in their right minds they thought this is a great idea in a game of this magnitude. We're going to make you go down a man and you're also out for the next game is preposterous.
Let me ask you guys, do either of you buy into the conspiracy theory out there that the officials were out to try to stop Team USA from advancing because FIFA doesn't want Team USA to advance?
With FIFA, in any other sport, I probably would say that's baloney. But with FIFA, they are definitively corrupt. Yeah, seriously, it's the reason
true.
why. Like, you're watching this tournament, and you want, like, let's say, like, I have let my guard down. I want to fall in love with this sport. This tournament doesn't allow you to do it.
Nope.
The officiating is so bad.
Yep.
Like. Listen, I grew up an NBA fan, basketball fan, and I could sit here and say the play is not what it used to be. I don't like the game as much. The flopping's pretty bad. This flopping is cheap. So it doesn't allow you to say, okay, I'm going to let my hair down, I'm going to let my guard down, and I'm going to allow myself to fall in love with this sport. I want this sport to woo me and win me over. And then you watch for 5 minutes, and you see these clowns on the ground, and you watch the slow-mo, and you're like, dude, the guy never even made contact with you, and you look like someone beat you upside your head with a baseball bat.
It is part of the game, though. I mean, it's just
so
ingrained.
bad. It's so bad.
Ingrained in the game.
And that's where, like, someone who just didn't grow up with the sport can't connect with it.
Correct.
Like, NBA can do something about their flopping problem, I'm sure.
Do you think the NBA should instill the card policy? I mean, there's nothing better than the guy putting his hand in his pocket, and he's just like, nope, wrong one, but you're not done yet, buddy. Here you go.
That would be
and he just
so
puts it up in his face.
That would be
right?
so entertaining. Let's bring that
It would
in.
be so great. The official in the NBA would just walk up to, say, Joel Embiid and be like, guess what, buddy? You didn't sell me on that one. Hold on. Let me go in my pocket here. I got something for you. You know, it's like the uncle at the drunk uncle at the party who puts his hand in his pocket, pulls it out, and flips you the bird, right? This guy's pulling out a yellow card. Here you go. This is for you. Gee, thanks, man. Well, then yesterday the guy pulled out the red card, and the guy was like, wait, are you kidding me? I just got here. Yeah, you're cut off. You're done. You're banned, Jerry. You're banned.
And now he's going to be gone for Monday, which is like Patrick Mahomes not being available for the
Yeah,
Chiefs.
okay. I
He's their best
honestly, I never even heard of the player. I don't know who he is.
Well,
And-
Balogun's a weird story for those who don't know because he actually has dual citizenship, but he chose to play for the U.S. instead of playing for England. So it's like a really weird situation.
He is their best striker, though, right, Josh? Like he is.
I mean, he's their best midfielder. Pulisic is their best striker. Pulisic is the guy who can play 4 or 5 positions, with Balogun, Balogun runs the whole field. He's that guy in the midfield that does the perfect transition from like defense to offense and pushes the offense.
So it'd be like the Warriors without Steph Curry or something like that.
Yes, I think that's probably a better comparison.
They were talking about it last night. They said it's not about intent. It's about possible injury. And if it causes injury, that's why it was a red card. It's not like basketball where there has to be intent to injure. That's on the White Horse RV text board.
I don't care what their reasoning is. It's dumb.
Again, I want to fall in love with your sport, and you have a rule like that.
I'm glad you said that, Mike, because I was having a conversation about this with a couple of guys last night. We were watching. We were talking about how every time you want to get into the World Cup, something stupid happens, like a bad officiating call or like delay of them having to discuss it for 10 minutes about what they should do next. Like there's so many, and also like this whole extra time thing. They'll play all the extra time. Like it's just such a fiasco. It's not aesthetically pleasing for American fans.
Yeah, I don't understand the extra time, how this can't be fixed. why not just stop the clock when a guy's down there and he's hurt or he's acting like he's hurt? Hit pause on your watch and stop the damn thing, and then let the guy shake off his fake injury and get back out. I love the guy. He's down on the ground, rolling around like he got beaten with a garden tool.
Yep.
And then 5 minutes later, he's able to run for another 87 straight minutes. Jeez.
Yeah.
No, but some of their stars, I mean, these guys are scoring 2 goals a game. I mean, Messi had the hat trick. The France, Mbappe.
Mbappe is just ridiculous.
Harry Kane from England.
How about Holland as well from Norway? I mean, that guy's a stud.
Yeah. Your buddy from Egypt, he's a god over
Mo
there.
Salah.
Yeah.
Mo Salah.
Yeah.
Your buddy
tomorrow,
from Egypt.
You know what?
You make it like Mike Gill was hanging out with him in Egypt.
Well, his jersey's everywhere there. Very so when we went to Croatia a couple of years ago,
They're still in it, by the way.
Modric, number 10. We bought a Modric jersey.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you still have it? You should be
Well,
wearing it.
we got it for my girlfriend's
Oh,
son
okay.
at the time. He was probably, how long ago was that? 4 years ago. So he was, doesn't fit anymore, but still. Yeah, we had a Modric jersey. Do you know Zach Lowe is a big Croatian fan?
He is. It's his wife,
Really?
right?
Yeah, his wife is Croatian. We were talking about this the other day. So Croatia plays when? Monday?
They play tonight, I
Tonight?
think. Yeah.
I think
And
they play
Egypt plays
tonight.
it.
Yeah.
Egypt
Yeah,
plays
I'm trying.
tonight.
Listen, I'm trying. I'm not like I just there's so many bad rules and stupid like things that you're just like, this could be so much better of a game if you had any leadership other than FIFA.
Now, if Team USA makes it to the finals, I mean, that would just be an unbelievable story, right? On their home
Absolutely.
soil.
I think it would be a great story, but again, I don't know what it does for the game big picture.
If they face like Argentina, right? That would be a possibility, Josh, if they face Messi in Argentina.
I think so. Let me
finals?
pull up the actual bracket so I can confirm that.
That would be unbelievable.
Yeah, they played Belgium recently and lost. I mean, quite frankly, usually they would lose to Bosnia.
Yeah.
I mean, in years past, they would lose to Bosnia, which there's more people here at Uri's than live in Bosnia. And you lose to Bosnia, you should be embarrassed. But they finally beat them last night with 10 guys, no less.
Yeah.
By the way,
That's
you're right,
another thing.
Pete. If they got to the finals, they could play Argentina.
That would be incredible.
So we're watching the game. I got this year the Flyers make the playoffs, so my girlfriend actually is watching hockey games, which, there's a penalty. The guy's off the ice for 2 minutes. He comes back on. So it kept saying 10 guys on the field. She says, well, when's the guy coming back? I said, he's not. That's it. He's done. Well, that's stupid, right?
Right.
Can't it be like a 5-minute major or something? Like the yellow card is a 2-minute and the red's a 5. Like, can we have some times on this here? It's either you got a foul or you're out of the game and you're out the next game too. Like, who came up with these rules?
Not us.
Yeah. All right. Phillies fastball. They lose today. We're going to break it all down. Plus, we'll see what the guys think. Is there any fallout from Wheeler versus Mattingly as the team came in a little lifeless today? More Sports Bash live from Uri's in Wildwood. Stop out, Sliders Bar. Happy hour for another half an hour. They got great drink prices, great drink specials, and great food for the entire weekend, which kicks off 4th of July weekend in Wildwood. Where else would you rather be than Uri's on the waterfront here in Wildwood?
we have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
Come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live at Urie's in Wildwood. And by the way, we got Matt Rife tickets if you want to win some tickets to go see Matt Rife at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stop by. Tall Vince is out front. You can sign up and win with him. It's time for Phillies Fastball, the fastest conversation on the Phillies, and their loss today. They split the series with the Pirates. Phillies Fastball is brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phillies game on their 20 big screen TVs. We're going to be there on July the 29th with that trip to go see the Phillies play in Baltimore against the Orioles at Camden Yards. I got my guys, Jeff Kerr and Oscar Budijan, in here for another edition of Phillies Fastball. Now, we're down here at Urie's. It is hot, but we were hanging out with the air conditioner inside. But it looked like the Heat today might have had something on the Phillies. They had nothing for you. And I was listening to Jimmy Rollins, and he said it's hitting season. But it wasn't hitting season for the Phillies, boys. It was one of those days today. They just didn't have it.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, only 4 hits. I mean, they got a couple base on balls, but 10 strikeouts. And I think the biggest issue here is the bullpen, right? You're putting too much pressure on that bullpen. Today, we needed the pitching to step up when we were being hit. The Pirates have very good young arms. And look, the bullpen couldn't do it. So it's unfortunate. We split the season against an up-and-coming Pirates team that has very good young players, and we couldn't do it today.
No, and it's funny because they kept talking about Jones, who his pitch count was ridiculous. I mean, he had like 40, 50 pitches in the second inning, and you're thinking, all right, this guy's going to get out of there. And they just couldn't really get anything going against him in the game today. But you mentioned it, Oscar, and Jeff, I'll go to you on this, the bullpen. The Phillies bullpen, it is starting to come into light now. It feels like every 3 days the conversation is like, well, the fourth pitcher is a problem. No, it's the bullpen that's a problem. But that bullpen is starting to come more and more into light. That it's becoming a problem.
Well, perfect example today. Alan Rangel pitched well. He got out of trouble. He only went 4 innings. Zach Wheeler couldn't go 5 last night. Aaron Nola can rarely go 5, if ever, these days. Like, that's a problem. So these guys are getting exposed. Everybody says the Phillies bullpen sucks. Well, define that, because Johan Duran doesn't. Orion Kirkring doesn't. Brad Keller's hurt. Jose Alvarado hasn't been good. Tanner Banks is in the minors. Jonathan Bowen, I don't know when they ever pitched him.
Tanner Banks is in the minors because he wasn't any good.
Exactly, right? So Tim Meza is doing what he can. They need a left-handed reliever in the worst way. They may need another right-hand. Like, I think too many people worry about the 5th and 6th inning too much for the regular season, but I do believe they need a guy, like a long guy, to do that. I just don't know who that's going to be. And also, can we stop with Dave Dombrowski didn't do his job fixing the bullpen in the offseason? Because he absolutely did. Guys get hurt.
Yeah, you're just putting too much pressure on the bullpen. I mean, look, do we have – I mean, you mentioned it, right? Duran and Kirkring are top 2 arms this year. Keller was supposed to be. I think that's the guy that I'm most disappointed about. A little bit Alvarado as well. Because if you have those 4s going in full cylinder, I mean, you have one of the best bullpens in baseball. Unfortunately, 2 out of the 4 guys are not at the best right now. And until Keller comes back and proves to us that he can pitch consistently in the 8th inning, you're always going to be rolling with kind of not at full sync. And that is a problem. And, I mean, there's a big question mark down the road in the trading season if we need to get another arm.
I would ask you this, Jeff, to push back a little bit here about Dombrowski. You're right. He went out and got Keller. He spent real money there. Keller's not performing, and he's hurt. He wasn't performing when he was healthy. They had the opportunity to cut ties with Alvarado. They made the decision to take that contract back on, and that has backfired on them here. So
I think that was his biggest mistake. I think that was his biggest mistake.
That he did address the bullpen. But the guys he's got are not working out. So I don't know who gets the blame for that. Yeah, the player gets the blame. He did address an issue, but it's not working out for them.
Exactly. Like, I don't like when you say he didn't do his job. No, he did his job. It's just maybe he misevaluated. And maybe that's a scouting department, because it's more than Dave Dombrowski doing that. It's, when they signed Brad Keller, I think we all could say that was a great signing just based on last year. That's your eighth inning guy. And then Orion Kirkring's in the seventh, and Jose Alvarado's in the seventh. And now Alvarado's bad. Alvarado's been bad since he came back. Like that. That's where I'm with you 100%, Mike.
Here's my question to you guys: is the bullpen, or is the issue that the fourth and fifth starter? And this week you have Wheeler putting so much pressure.
That's where it is. I think that's where it is.
That's where it is, because last year we were the team that pitched the most in the seventh inning. I mean, our starting rotation was incredible. Number 1, number 2 in baseball, together with the Rangers. This year we're not. I mean, that's a reality, and that puts much more pressure on the bullpen. And one thing about this bullpen with Duran and Kerkering is good at the top. When you go deeper, that's when you start hurting, because the Tanner Banks and the Alvarados and the Kellers of this world are not executing the way they were executing last year or the previous years.
No, that's a great question. It's the domino effect of the back end starters putting the bullpen guys into too much use, and then they're not at their best because they're constantly getting called on.
You needed 5 outs from Orion Kirkering last night to survive. He never does that.
Well, you're right about Kerkering. He is not only, but you also said something about Kerkering that we should, I don't think that the Phillies could have gone into this year expecting Kerkering, based on what happened at the end of last year, that he was just going to be completely over that and that he would be a dependable guy. They're lucky that he's their most dependable guy outside of Duran right now.
Exactly. Yeah. It's, from what my understanding was going into the year, wasn't like it was going to be kid gloves or anything, but like, look, we're giving you a shot here to kind of rectify yourself, and we believe you can do that.
And he has.
They more than believe they can do that.
He has. Yeah. He's been incredible. I mean, he's been in that bullpen outside of Duran, the best pitcher without a doubt in that bullpen.
Yeah. I mean, if you get to Kerkering and Duran, you're going to win a lot of games.
Any fallout in your mind? I did not hear the post game today. We're on location, so I did not hear any fallout from the Mattingly Wheeler rift.
So Don talked today. He was asked about it, and he said he still hasn't talked to Zach Wheeler yet. So, and he said once Zach cools down, he's sure they're going to have that conversation. I want to know what you guys thought of that, because I thought it was a nothing burger.
Look, 104 on pitches. That's where he was. So, I mean, he's thinking of the long term of Zach Wheeler more than the short term. But Zach Wheeler, you know how he is. I mean, he can go 110. He should have closed the fifth. I mean, that last inning, he should have closed it. That's the bottom line.
So I have two strains of thoughts here. I both guys could be in the right here. I think Mattingly's well within his right to say, look, you're at 105. It's a July 1st game. I've had Clayton Kershaw. I don't, like on a pedestal all by yourself here, buddy. So it's bigger than him. If you look at it from the other side, are you mad that Wheeler? It almost seems like his personal achievement. He had the streak going of how many 53 straight games where he made 5 innings or more. Yeah. Like, should that bother you to be like, well, he cared more about that?
I thought this was funny. I thought this was funny. Wheeler's complaining about that. Wasn't it on Sunday Night Baseball just a week ago? Don Mattingly let Wheeler get the next guy out.
He did. Look, the other thing, he took a win away from the guy too. I mean, he would have won. He would have gone 9-1.
And Mattingly went out of his way today to say, Oscar, that wins don't really mean as much anymore.
I mean, they do.
Tell that to Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, tell that to a starting pitcher. They don't mean anything.
Look, it could have been. It could have been the reason why he starts the All-Star game. I mean, going 9-1 with a 2.36 ERA. I mean, look. Let's ask the question between us. Okay, we probably would agree that Christopher Sanchez deserves to be the starter. But between Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez, I would have given it to Wheeler because of what he represents for this team and what he has done over the years and why he's been the second best pitcher in baseball every time you go a couple of times on the Cy Young. I would have given it to Wheeler to start the All-Star game.
I said yesterday, Oscar, when we talked about it, The story to me with Wheeler and the surgery and missing the time and the year that he's bounced back, you give him that nod. You follow up with Sanchez.
Now, if
and
I'm
those
Don,
are the first two pitchers.
Yeah. When Don talks to Zach about this, and they're going to have a conversation, I would say to him, where were you in October last year? What happened to you? I got to make sure you're available in October. Because if you're not,
now let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Mattingly says he hasn't come talk to me, or I haven't gone and talked to him. If Rob Thompson didn't go to talk to Wheeler, wouldn't Thompson be getting? How do you not go as the manager and say to Wheeler, "Listen, man, this is why I did it. Let's just move on from this and get this. Let's not let this stew."
Do you
to the
think
next
Don
time
knows, being a former player who played at a high level, maybe he knows things calm down. He doesn't want a blow up happening.
Early game. I mean, I don't make too much deal out of this. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, let's just. I mean, to me, this is the typical tension you're going to have. Look, Zach Wheeler is a professional as they come. I mean, I was very surprised he was so vocal yesterday about it. Yeah. But I mean, look, if I would have been him, it would have been Mattingly. I would have gone out, talked to Wheeler, and then, hey, I think it's time, and then have a conversation about it and make a decision on the mound versus the way he just basically pulled him out.
I still say the hidden message was let me give up those runs, not let someone else give up those runs.
Well, and that's the other thing, guys. And this is an interesting spot because the score is 8-3. It's not like the tying run came up to the plate or the lead run came up to the plate. The game was not in peril. He's saying, I should have been given the chance. I got a 50. He didn't say this, but I have a 53 straight game, 5-inning or more streak going.
And he knows that exists, by the way.
Oh, he knows that exists. And I have a chance, Oscar, what you said, to get my 9th win. And maybe I could be in the hunt for this All-Star game. But you didn't even ask me if I wanted to stay out there. I think that's where Wheeler seemed like a little miffed at the situation.
And maybe because he was asked that earlier this year, maybe he thought he was going to get that again.
Maybe he's been asked that question a lot during his tenure here. Hey, do you have another guy left in you? Are you ready?
By the way, guys,
do you get one more out?
Did we ever figure out how Kirkland got the win last night? That's like
the scorer makes that decision at the end.
Does the scorer make the decision?
Yeah,
okay.
They do.
Yeah. I figure you would know, Oscar. That's like one of those baseball rules. I'm like, wait, man, how did Ryan?
Yeah, they go out, they look at the entire box score, and then they make a decision. I mean, who is the pitcher that deserves the most? I mean,
because the starter obviously needs to go 5.
Yeah. So I mean, and by the way, that is a rule. That is a rule that I would change. That is a rule that the starter has the option of being given the win. That is a dumb old rule that in today's modern baseball, it should change.
Like 20 years ago, if you went 4 2/3 innings, I don't care how many runs you gave up, it was bad. Now it's who cares?
Yeah, I mean, right now, again,
badly.
Yeah, in a situation like this, I probably would have given it to Wheeler. Unfortunately, he got that 4th run. That 4th run takes him out of it. I mean, to be honest with you, but that's reality. Mike, if you allow me, Foley's, the Phillies Sports Shop, is going to be open this entire weekend. So go to 2206 South Street in Philly and find the best Phillies merchandise there is. Or you can go to FolliesOnSouth.com and with $75 purchase, you get a free shipping. So let's go get some Philly stuff. I mean, this weekend is going to be an incredible Philly weekend, the 4th of July.
It is. And guess what, guys? With that series against the Pirates in the books, we are closing in with 3 series left. But 4th of July, no baseball in Philadelphia. How does Major League Baseball get this wrong every single? Now, I know they have the.
I know why they got it wrong.
But I mean, every year that doesn't. It seems like they don't play at home on the 4th of July. How does that happen?
You know why the Phillies aren't playing tomorrow?
Because of the World Cup.
World Cup. That's why.
Yeah, but the World Cup is the 4th, right? It's France. It's France against
but there's
Paraguay
a World Cup
now.
game in Kansas City tomorrow.
It would have been Germany. By the way, it would have been Germany, and the Germans just lost it on penalty kicks against Paraguay. I mean, that was incredible. That was.
What does
incredible.
that say about the U.S. By the way, that the U.S. beat Paraguay 4-1, and Paraguay beats Germany?
I don't know, dude. Don't get me started there.
The reason, yes, tomorrow night there's a World Cup game in Kansas City, and therefore the game is not tomorrow night. They're playing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and you're going to get Luzardo, Nola, and Christopher Sanchez in that series. Wheeler, his next turn will be in Cincinnati on Tuesday, and then Rangel Luzardo, Nola, Sanchez, and then the last start of the first half probably will be Wheeler against the Tigers.
Yeah.
But
And
we'll
then
see,
that means
because
Wheeler
the
would pitch
All-Star
in the
game is
All-Star
coming up.
game. Yeah.
Exactly, the All-Star game, because the Phillies have not announced their starter for that Sunday at this point. But we have 3 series left. We know the Phillies lose today against the Pirates 6-1. But they have come charging, guys. We told you last night, even though they win that game, they didn't gain any ground. But this team, 3 games out currently right now. We know this it's hot as heck out there. Well, you better hope the offense starts to show in this hot weather and stuff, that there's another level. Because I asked this question yesterday. Have the Phillies already, with this stretch here, what are they, 40-20 or something like that?
Yeah.
41-20.
Okay, have they already played their best baseball this year?
I say record-wise, yes, but team-wise, no.
Yeah, I agree with that. I tend to agree with that as well. I mean, I think this team somehow, some way, you always find something out of the 3 units, right? The lineup, the starting pitching, and the bullpen. You always find that they haven't truly come together, and they've been able to win. Look, kudos to Mattingly for putting this team in such a great position. This team is going to catch up to the Braves. I think the Braves are scuffling. I don't see any way out. Riley's having huge issues this year with his hitting. I mean, Olson, it's on a massive slump. I mean, over the last month. Look, it's going to get interesting. It's going to get interesting.
Sure is.
Well, one thing we got to keep in mind, going into today, since June 1st, the Phillies were 3rd in Major League Baseball in runs per game, 5.8, and they were 5th in slugging and 5th in OPS. So they have been hitting. Today was just one of those days. They just did not hit.
Did not hit today. It is hitting season, though, so I want to see some more hits as the calendar flips to the month of July. Jeff Kerr, Oscar Budijan, the Phillies Fastball segment. As always, the fastest conversation of Phillies baseball on the radio, and we did it right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, boys, enjoy the 4th of July holiday.
Happy 4th of July, guys. Have fun. Go Phils.
Yeah. By the way, Michael, do we have Phillies Fastball tomorrow? Do we know?
We are no Sports Bash tomorrow. Sports Bash, actually, we'll talk afterwards. I'll give you the rundown of what's happening here. But the Phillies Fastball segment, as always, is brought to you by our friends over at Ventnor Social, where you can check out all the Phillies games on their 20 big screen TVs while enjoying great food and drink. Visit their Facebook page for up-to-date info on everything that is happening. And we will be live there. The Phillies and Baltimore Orioles. If you want to win that trip, show up to Ventnor Social. Today we are at Yuri's in Wildwood. You got a big crowd of people already hanging out. You're looking for dinner tonight. It is Yuri's on the waterfront because it's hot out there. And if you want to stay cool, the waterfront is the place to be. That's where we are. Coming up next hour, Bobby Marks will join us at 5:30. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN.
We have the Phillies covered.
Swing and a drive, right field, way back, forget it, out of here. Kyle Schwarber hammers one over the right field wall.
Get the best Phillies baseball coverage on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN here at Yuri's in Wildwood. I can start to smell the dinner food getting ready. It's all starting to come out. The drink specials are going. The happy hour is still going for a couple more minutes. So if you want to pop down, get yourself a quick one to bring out to the old waterfront over there. By the way, we got Matt Rife tickets. You ever see Matt Rife?
I have not.
You
Seen
going?
His special, though.
Ocean Casino, July
Ocean
24th and
Casino,
July
July
25th. That's what I meant. You ever see like one of his, not
Oh.
live.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we got tickets to try to win. So stop out Wildwood tomorrow, tonight, and the show for July 24th, July 25th. One of the days. I don't know which day the tickets are for. But see Tall Vince when you come in. He's got a lot of people signing up. It's a lot of people out on that deck out there. It's hot as heck anywhere else, except for the water here. Coming up next hour, the latest on LeBron James. This is actually starting to catch some fire here. So there's a report from The Athletic last night, Tony Jones from The Athletic, and he reported that the Sixers were interested in talking to LeBron James. We'll get the latest on what that conversation was like. You know that Gansey and LeBron played against each other in high school?
I saw that picture going around. Gansey's got his arm wrapped around LeBron's shoulder.
Yeah, like McDonald's All-American game or something like that. Now, Gansey was a stud at West Virginia. Were you at West Virginia when he played?
I was.
He was a stud.
He was a stud. Kevin Pittsnoggle.
Yeah, for the people out there listening who have no clue about anything about West Virginia basketball, you may have heard about Kevin Pittsnoggle. Remember when he was on the team and he had the long shorts? That was like that era, the real long shorts. He was like a 6'10" white guy who just looked like he looked like he needed a haircut all the time and a shave, just jacking threes up. They were a fun team to watch. But Gansey and LeBron, there's a picture of them two playing together.
And Gansey's running the Sixers like he ran the Mountaineers. He's grinding. He's kind of coming out of nowhere. He's kind of guns a-blazing right now.
Well, this trade came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
But could LeBron James be following? You'll hear the latest on that coming up next on the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And we have live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN.
home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
I'm told the Sixers are also trying to make a pitch to LeBron James, along with the Warriors, the Cavaliers, and the Heat. So include the Sixers and maybe one or two other teams in due time in that mix. But the Sixers get Anthony Simons, and they're obviously trying to continue to add to this team.
Sham Charania earlier today, the Sixers trade for Jaylen Brown yesterday. Today they get Anthony Simons, and they are in the mix for LeBron James. The Sports Bash Live at the great spot in Wildwood. Yuri's on the waterfront. Stop out. We got tickets to go see Matt Rife at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stop out and enter the chance to win those. You got another hour to do that. And, of course, we could see a big signing between now and then. They already go and get Simons today. But the big deal yesterday was, obviously, we still can't even comprehend it. So where were you when you got the text or saw the alert? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. This hour of the show brought to you by Cross County Connection with 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles. Fare free transportation across southern New Jersey. Connect to jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, and NJ Transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. Call 856-229-7571 or visit driveless.com. So that's number one. So I'm driving home last night. I get the text message from Nuggets. And I see a Sham Charania was the tweet, but I couldn't see the tweet.
Which, I mean, that guy's just been breaking. He's
right,
on a
so
heater.
I'm just like,
he breaks everything.
I didn't think it had anything to do with the Sixers. I just figured, in another big trade. Maybe LeBron signed with Golden State or something to that effect. I open the text. It's a picture of Jaylen Brown in a Sixers uniform and Paul George in a Celtics uniform, and he basically breaks the news. I mean, I about drove off the road.
Yeah.
I literally almost drove off the road. Now, at the time, I'm over in Pleasantville by the Dunkin' Donuts. I probably almost caused 3 to 4 accidents because from that point forward, my phone was nonstop. Like WTF, holy bleep. I mean, it was just an insane amount of text messages all coming in at the same time.
Did you get any phone calls? Because yesterday
I was on the phone with my girlfriend at the time.
Okay, because
she was telling me a story.
Deserves a phone call, not a text. A phone call to your buddy.
You pick up the phone on that one.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Who did you call?
I actually called one of my West Virginia buddies, who's also a Sixers fan. Yeah.
A buddy of mine called me from high school. I was literally I was literally texting somebody back, and then he's blowing
Where
up
were
my
you?
phone.
You were off yesterday, so I wasn't trying to bother him.
I was at Slack Tie Brewing.
Oh, that's a great
Slack
spot.
Tie Brewing.
Celebrate
It's a great
with
spot.
a brewski. Yeah.
So what was the reaction there? Was there like people at the bar or what?
Well, for those who don't know, Slack Tie is like my cheers. So like there's a bunch of people there who know me. So like people kept like grabbing me, being like, "Can you believe this is real?" Like it was literally the talk of the bar for about at least an hour until Paul Skeens got blasted by Trey Turner.
All right. So where were you when you got the news yesterday? I was on the phone with my girlfriend. Well, she's telling me a story about, I'm listening to like what's going on with her day and like blah, blah, blah. And I basically stopped her in her tracks. And I said, Jaylen Brown just got traded to the Sixers.
Yeah, I got.
I had to tell somebody. Somebody I had to tell, right?
It was either her or your steering wheel.
Well, she's actually into it, and she hates the Celtics. So, like Sixers, Celtics, she gets it.
Strong.
And right, so I told her, I was like, actually, I opened it up with the Sixers just traded Paul George, and she's like, well, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she knew that, and I was like, but they got Jaylen Brown. I mean, I couldn't even explain how dumb the Celtics sounded in this situation. It still seemingly hasn't set in yet. Is anybody else having that same feeling of Paul George is going to fail the physical? We did see the Max Crosby thing. The moratorium is not over yet. Could the Celtics get cold feet and pull out of this thing? Is anybody thinking that at this
Brad
point?
Stevens has to be having second thoughts. If he's watching ESPN all day today, he's got to be having second thoughts.
609-403-0973. Let us know where you were when you got the news. But you just heard what Sham said.
Paul George hasn't been good in 6 years. Let's be honest here. His tenure as a Sixer, it was awful. It's one of the worst.
I heard it described as, I have no hate towards him. It was just very disappointing.
Yeah.
I wasn't excited about him signing here in the first place.
Yeah.
But I understood it. They had money. It was the only guy to get. But I wasn't oh my God, they got Paul George.
And on paper, PG, Maxey, and Embiid, sounds good.
Right. It sounds like, listen, we have cap space. This is the guy. We're taking our swing. And it didn't work. I don't have hate towards Paul George. He never seemingly connected. He was like Trey Turner is with this town right now. He just hasn't connected. He's Paul George was one of my favorite players when he was in Indiana.
Yeah.
He was such a great story. This was not a lottery pick. This is not a well-known college player. He made himself into an NBA star. But it just hasn't worked out. It didn't work out here. And he never connected with the city. And so I don't have hate towards the guy. It didn't work out. I'm just disappointed with the tenure here. That being said, the fact that he got traded is unbelievable. I mean, we went into this offseason thinking there's nobody taking that deal. And not only did somebody take it, you felt if somebody did take it, it was just a rearranging of the deck chairs, right? They're going to basically say, all right, we'll give you our guy. You take our guy who stinks, and we'll just try to see if we you need a rebounder, we need a wing player. You take our overpriced rebounder, we'll give you an overpriced wing player, and we'll see if that ends up working out.
And the Sixers, and we thought that the Sixers would have to attach a first-round pick to PG just to get rid of him, which they did, and they also got Jaylen Brown in the process.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We've got a situation where LeBron James could be coming to Philadelphia. You heard what Sham said when we opened this hour. How realistic is LeBron James coming to Philadelphia would be almost insanity now. Here's what who's this now?
So about 90 minutes ago, Brian Windhorst was in NBA Today. Okay. And they asked him about basically the question initially was, is there any real legitimacy to the Sixers? Because the reporting is that the Sixers are in pursuit of LeBron. But as Shams reported, there's 10 teams trying to get LeBron's attention. Here's what Windhorst said earlier today on NBA Today.
So a key factor in any sort of Philadelphia pursuit of LeBron is Tyrese Maxey. That is not only because of his talent, which is awesome, but he's he's one of Clutch's core clients. He's basically part of LeBron's extended family. So you would not only have Jaylen Brown as the addition, you would have Tyrese Maxey as your drawing card.
So he's essentially saying the Clutch connection could allow that relationship to now make come to Philadelphia.
Right.
You could make that a connection.
Right. It's not like in the past where it was maybe. No, there's literally something there that's tangible that says, hey, look, Maxey's a Clutch guy. LeBron, that's his thing. He likes to play with his people, for lack of a better term.
I think what's tangible here is this. I think LeBron would consider playing at a place where he thinks that he has a legitimate chance to win. Now, do you look at Philadelphia making this trade and say, you have a legitimate chance to win, I will listen to your offer?
Absolutely.
And that it was reported earlier before the trade happened, teams, if you wanted to meet with LeBron, get his attention, right? Make a splashy move in free agency or do something at the draft, etc. Get his attention. Well, it's got to get his attention.
Well, and they didn't stop yet. I mean, they didn't stop today either. They made the trade for Jaylen Brown and then went out and got Anthony Simons, and you're like, wait a second. Now you have some depth here, because the one thing is, you see these teams and they put up the starters and then they put the reserves up on the bottom, right? And I'm like, you know what? Their bench isn't great. The bench is still pretty iffy. You've got Barlow. You got Phillion, the rookie, who you don't know anything about right at this point. Is he going to be a good pro? Is he not going to be a good pro? You're hopeful that he can come in and play right away. You got Dalen Terry, right, who has not been a rotational player. You've got like Jabari Walker. I mean, that bench doesn't sound great.
Justin Edwards.
Edwards is another one. And Ariel Huckporty. That bench is not very good. But now you put Simons there. And you hope, look, the rookie's the wild card, so you're hoping that he's good.
Sure.
But so now you got Simons, Phillion. If you got LeBron, you put Dean Wade now goes to the bench, and now he's coming off with that second unit.
Right.
And then Hawkporty. So, and then you got Justin Edwards and Barlow. Barlow played some good minutes for you last year, so you feel pretty good for that situation.
I think you just laid out the pitch that Mike Gansey should go to Rich Paul and LeBron James with.
Well, the question is the pitch
right
better
there.
than the Cleveland pitch?
Right.
Right. And of course, I want to finish with the Windhorse because he explained that there's more than just the Maxey connection when it comes to the Sixers.
There's a long-standing relationship between Tyrese Maxey and LeBron because of clutch.
Right.
Like, they recruited Tyrese Maxey out of college. They've nurtured them together. They've been to many events together. Joel Embiid also won the gold medal with LeBron, and the 24 Paris team definitely has some closeness to it. I've been talking all week about how Steph Curry could be a drawing card for him. So there's that connection too. But the connection to Philly is Tyrese Maxey. Tyrese Maxey and the clutch connection, that would be where you would make your recruitment. And then obviously the Jaylen Brown move is a statement that we can win the Eastern Conference.
Okay. So listen, if your sales pitch is coming from Tyrese Maxey, you feel like you got a good salesman. Coffee's for closers and Maxey's bold.
Yes. He is a bold roast at the top of the pier.
Yeah.
He's the Cuban roast.
Yeah, last night I went to Wawa and I got the Colombian extra bold coffee. Well, that's what happens. I called last night, as I do on my way home. We had practice last night in Ventnor. So on my way home, I make the call. Hey, do I need anything? I got to pick up anything before I come home? Milk, anything like that. We need coffee. You're going to let me pick out the coffee? Because that's going to go a little differently now. Like at the office. So our coffee machine crapped out like about 2 months ago.
Yep.
We had a big like industrial Keurig machine.
Yeah, it was like a massive Keurig machine. It just eventually
it was like
died.
a real big one. And it just died. So they bought another one. But it's a smaller version. But it's like a dual. It's like one for K-cups, and then it has a brew side for a pot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The other one was not for a pot. It was only for
Correct.
the K-cups. This one, you can brew a pot. So somebody in the building is very overzealous that they can make a cup of a pot of coffee now. Oh, I made a pot of coffee.
Pete, it's to the point where, like, every day when I come in, there's half a pot already made sitting there.
Yeah.
Well, that's good for you.
Key point, sitting there.
Oh, it's been there all morning.
Well, I don't know. I get in. Now, Josh gets in well after me, but it's already there when I get there. So I'm like, that pot has been sitting there. And by the way, I drink a bold coffee.
Now, the morning shift people, they get there at 4 a.m, right? So it's got to be.
Yeah, the people who do morning shows are there. Some people get there like as early as 3:30.
So I will say there's an individual who works with us, Mike, who he typically puts a new pot on around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, I've been told. I've done a little investigating on this.
Okay, 8 or 9 o'clock. That would be 8 o'clock. That means it's been sitting there. I usually get in about 9 or 9:15, somewhere in that range. That means the pot's been sitting there for an hour.
Right.
Is that a fresh cup? Is that a fresh pot?
Well, it's like Wawa.
Yeah. Well, is it cold?
No, there's a setting on it to keep it hot.
Still, it's been sitting in the
right.
I don't want that. I want a nice fresh K cup. And the K cup is the kind that I want.
Yeah.
I don't know what is brewed in there. I said, is it bold?
No, it's medium roast.
Yeah, I don't want a medium.
Why don't you buy your own K-Cups and bring them in?
They have the K-Cups, the ones that I want.
The point Gil's making is that the brewed coffee is not bold enough. The K-Cup is bold enough for him.
Okay.
Yeah. They have the Green Mountain Extra Bold.
Oh, I like that coffee.
And I use the K-Cup of the Green Mountain Extra Bold. I put it in, I pop it, I push the 12, it pours it in, and I'm ready to go.
Right. Bada bing, bada boom.
The pot, I don't know what it is. It doesn't say, hey, freshly brewed. It's medium roast or light roast. Or it just doesn't say.
Full disclosure. So it's chock full of nuts. It's their medium roast blend, which is
I'm out.
It's solid. It's not great. It's not. I mean, I mostly drink it because it's something to have to mix with my like. I drink like most of my coffee when I come into the studio, and then I fill it the rest of the way with what's left over just to have a little more extra.
Yeah. Now I'm a 2-time-a-day coffeer. Morning.
Really? And it's the bold stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
Football at 4 is when I start to hit the wall, and I got to go for coffee number 2.
Which I don't think is that crazy at all.
Man, you got to stay up all night.
No, 4 o'clock, football at 4. Listen, I'm talking high energy for 2 straight hours. People think like, oh, you're just talking. You talk every day for 2 hours, you're going to hit the wall a little bit.
About the same minutia, really. I mean,
some days it is the same minutia.
Yes.
But around 4 o'clock, I need that extra bold pick-me-up. And that's when I get it. Because if I do it too late, then I'm up too late. 4 o'clock is like the cutoff line.
Right. You got to time it out properly, right?
And you're not an energy guy, right? You're not a monster.
Not doing the monster. I'm not doing the.
See, I'm the energy drink guy, Pete.
Celsius.
I'll drink a Celsius.
Alani. Bloom.
There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, now I'm overwhelmed by too many different energy drinks. But there you go. So back to I want to go back to the. I want to go number one. The Jaylen Brown thing will go down. Hopefully, this goes down as this is like the swinging of these two organizations. That the Celtics have constantly been the superior to you. They have always laughed and looked down at you. They win championships. They always beat you. They get the better of you in the trades. Everything the Celtics have always done has been they're better than you. That they're way up there, and you're this amateur organization trying to, like the dog trying to chase his tail.
It dates all the way back to Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, right?
It's from the beginning of time for these two organizations. And in fact, Bill Simmons said it, and I agree, that you can make an argument that the Sixers are, in fact, the Celtics' biggest rival. Even though the Celtics and the Lakers are made up as this national rivalry, that really only plays when they meet in the finals. The Sixers and Celtics have met 4 times a year in the regular season. Then they've met in the playoffs. And it's been the hammer and the nail in every situation. You give us Al Horford, he's great for you. He sucks for us. You give us Markelle Fultz with the number 1 overall pick. He's a total flop. You get Jason Tatum. He turns out to be an all-timer.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown. We draft Ben Simmons. He's supposed to be the guy who changes our franchise. You took the third guy, Jaylen Brown. He turns out to be an all-time Celtic, and our guy's a head case. It's every single thing in the history of these two franchises, and this could be the move that has finally flipped it. What idiot decided to okay the deal is what I want to know.
Brad Stevens.
How? How does it happen? How do you see what I'm seeing right now? I mean, you look up on the screen. Now, for years, during the process years, as soon as that process kind of ended, when Ben Simmons and Joel played their first year together, that was when that process thing was like, okay, we're done with the losing. We've got our guys. Now we're taking that next jump forward. And they went from 20-some wins to 52 wins. And then at that point, the Sixers have been in the lexicon of the NBA world really from 18, 19, 20, and then 21. And then all of a sudden, the Horford thing was kind of like the Celtics way of saying, you guys are getting too much attention. You guys are getting too much notoriety, and we're going to put a stop to it. It's like when WWE put Vince Russo to write for WCW. You're going to be the head writer for them. Go apply for the job over there. and just completely ruin their show.
Right.
That's what the Celtics did. They said, we're going to send you Al Horford, and he's going to ruin all the good vibes that you guys think you're going to get. And from that Horford moment on, this team has just been it hit an apex. It just stopped. All the vibes were fun. All the teams were fun. All the teams were good. You had the Butler trade. You had all these, you had the first run with Ilyasova and Bellinelli. That team was fun. And then the Horford thing was like the voodoo from the Celtics being like, the Sixers, you guys think you guys have got more No, you get Al Horford. Have fun with that. Have fun with his sister. Where's his mom? Which one is
sister? It's his sister. You were right the first time.
Yeah. And then this happened. I can't even believe, like Bobby Marks, he's gonna join us in about 9 minutes. Bobby Marks worked for the Brooklyn Nets. People talk. I'm sure as a guy who worked in the Nets organization, he probably looks at the Sixers one way and the Celtics another way. Just knowing the organizations, is he shocked that one organization made the decision they did and the other organization, who always is the foil?
Bobby has told the story that on the Who Collective podcast, how he still has like nightmares and PTSD anytime Boston's involved in a trade because all of his years with the Nets, Boston always fleeced him.
It's when Howie Roseman calls, why do you answer the phone? Right? When Brad Stevens would call, it's why? Why am I answering this call? They always get one over on me. They get the trade a couple years ago. They trade Anthony. They get Anthony Simons in the trade for Drew Holiday. They get all the things go their way. And now for the first time, it seems like, so it's like, wait, what bad can happen here? How can something go here? Hit me with a couple text messages.
Yes, there's a text coming in at 609-403-0973. Brandon in Dennisville says, I saw a post from a random person on Threads. I thought it was fake.
Threads.
He says, I've been a more casual Sixers fan since the Iverson era, but this move will have me more interested this year than ever, says Brandon in Dennisville.
This is like, the Sixers, when they did the Jimmy Butler deal, that was in season. So now you make this trade and you have to wait now. Now you have to wait till but
even the James Harden for Ben Simmons trade, that was
in season.
Was training camp, right? Or right around.
No, that was in season, wasn't it?
That was in season.
Yeah, that was in season. Because his first game, him and Embiid had like a monster game together.
Right, okay.
And he had been out, quote unquote, hurt. And that was when Charles Barkley was like, oh, it seems like his hamstring all of a sudden feels pretty much better all of a sudden. Yeah. The Sixers have not made that out of season move of this impact that now has the anticipation for a season. The problem with all these seasons is, well, if Joel Embiid is healthy, and people are like, okay, I'm done with that. This has now given you a reason to have anticipation for the season for the first time since
Paul George signing here. He signed. There was anticipation, right?
Not like this.
This is like Moses Malone level to me. This is like when the Sixers got Moses, it just changed the topography of the conversation.
I want to ask Bobby Marks. Jaylen Brown is a top what player? Because Bobby Marks is the guy, by the way, who talked to an executive who told him that he was the 7th best player on his team analytically.
Analytically, yeah.
I don't even know what the hell that means.
Basically, the Celtics have statistically been better without Jaylen Brown on the floor than with him on the floor.
I want to know, I saw that record. They were like 40 and something
Not
without
in the playoffs,
him.
though. In the playoffs, that record comes down.
Well, without him, fine. But who did they play? What's going on?
Right.
Who was there? All that stuff. You can't tell me. Jaylen Brown is a top 15 player in this league.
Easily.
Yeah.
He's a finals MVP. He won a championship. All right. Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider. He'll join me next. You do not want to miss this conversation on how this trade may have gone down. If Bobby Marks took the call from Mike Gansey, how would it go? That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, Farm is there.
With the Sports Flash, I'm Tony Desiri, 97.3 ESPN. The Sixers and Celtics involved in a blockbuster trade on Wednesday night as the Sixers get all-star guard Jaylen Brown from Boston in exchange for Paul George and a package of draft picks. The Celtics getting a first-round pick in 2028 and in 2031. They also get 2 second-round picks as part of the draft. Brown is a 5-time All-Star, coming off a career year where he averaged 28 points and 7 rebounds per game. Thursday afternoon, the Phillies lose to the Pittsburgh Pirates 6-1 at Citizens Bank Park. They split the 4-game series. Bryce Harper an RBI in the 3rd inning, but the Pirates scored 6 unanswered. Phillies back on the diamond Saturday, beginning a 3-game series with Kansas City. Jesus Luzardo against Michael Wacha. The United States advancing at the World Cup on Wednesday night. They beat Bosnia 2-0. They'll face Belgium on Wednesday. They'll do so without Florian Balogun. He was issued a red card in the second half of Wednesday night's match and will be suspended. It was the first win in the knockout round for the United States since 2002. The sports update brought to you by Progressive. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
The 76ers were among about 8 to 10 teams that were engaged with the Boston Celtics over the last few weeks about a Jaylen Brown trade, but the Celtics asking price was just so sky high. Mike Gansey, the Sixers' new president, just stuck around for the party, waiting for that price to continue to drop and deplete. He didn't make the Irish goodbye like some other teams did.
That was Shams Charania moments ago. He talked about this deal, and obviously you got Jaylen Brown. You've got what's next for the Sixers. They signed Anthony Simons earlier today. Now they're involved in the LeBron James potentially. Does LeBron James even fit here? 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Hill. We're live at Urie's on the waterfront in Wildwood. I want to tell you about my friends at Branches Outreach in Cape May County. We're down here in Wildwood, and one of the things I love most, many of you guys know I've coached for years, volunteer coached for years, strong community when people show up to help one another, and that's why I speak out about the Branches Outreach in Cape May County. Their team volunteers, donates, and its community partners work together to provide meals, stock pantry shelves, distribute clothing and personal care items, and connect individuals and families with advocacy, case management, and the support they need to move forward. For some, maybe it's a warm meal. For others, it's groceries for the family. And they can help do that, but to get those services and continue to grow as an organization, and every day the Branches Outreach depends on people who give back. So whether you're in Cape May County year-round, or you come down here to visit and you're listening to the Sports Bash today, you could be a part of their team. Visit branchesoutreach.org and make a donation today. Together, we can strengthen the community we all love. A lot of people helping out Branches Outreach. We had them on before, and they asked, hey, this is something that I said, I definitely want to get that message out there. So we appreciate Branches Outreach being a part of the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And whether you are a year-round resident of Cape May County or you're someone that comes down here in vacations, please, if you can, just visit branchesoutreach.org and make a donation to help out your neighbor, somebody in need this summer. It's hot out there. It is hot. We always talk about, being outside when it's cold. It is hot. It's the phone's saying now that it was feeling like 110 earlier. It's now about 93, but keep in mind it's 5:30 at night. ESPN's Bobby Marks is going to join us on the Sports Bash in just a couple of moments here. He just got off the Sports Center set, so he is trading in his tie for a cell phone to give us a call here.
You got to ask Bobby what kind of coffee he likes, because he's been all over the TV. Him, Windhorse, Shams, of course.
I got to imagine.
What a week for those guys.
I want to ask a guy like Bobby, when you heard this come out, like, this doesn't percolate through the day. This just kind of smacks you in the face.
Yeah.
And how does a deal like this happen? Who makes the call? Did the Celtics make this call? Did the Sixers make this call? Because everybody's talking about Mike Gansey and Jameer Nelson. Look what they've done already. I mean, they've only been here for less than a month, and they've already gotten a deal that has re-energized the fan base. I mean, if we were having a Sixers conversation on July 1st or July 2nd, we would have crickets in response on the text board today.
I mean, before yesterday, it was just Dean Wade and Ariel Hukporti as your offseason.
Listen, I, too, yesterday, talking about Dean Wade and Ariel Hukporti, was not all that excited about it. I mean, it happened. We had Hudrick on the show, and he talked a little bit about how they fit in, and we both kind of opined, like, are they better? Like, is Dean Wade a better player than Kelly Oubre? Not really, but he might be a better fit. Okay, what does that even mean? Okay, he might be a better fit for this team, but it came back to the same conversation. It doesn't matter how good Dean Wade is unless Joel Embiid is healthy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how good Ariel Hukporti might be or a fit that he might be unless Paul George is healthy. Without those two guys being healthy, you have no shot. Now, you can still say without Joel Embiid being healthy, you don't have a chance to make a deep playoff run. I don't know if that's true or not. There's Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe. With those three guys, do you have a chance to win playoff games? The problem is before, without Joel Embiid, you didn't have any chance. You had zero chance. Do you have some sort of a chance right now? Are the Sixers – I mean, you hate to – like, it's just crazy to even ask. Are the Sixers on the same level as the Knicks?
Well, does this Sixers team beat the Knicks in the second round of the playoffs last year? They don't get swept, I'll tell you that. And that's I mean, they had the emotional high of the 3-1 comeback against Boston, and they kind of just fizzled out against the Knicks series.
Well, listen, do I think
kind
they're
of part-time playing?
I will say this. We had Sal Licata on the show from the Salicata show, and he predicted the Sixers to beat the Knicks in 7 games. That didn't work out, obviously. But this was a New York guy. It wasn't me. This was a New York guy. All right, Bobby Marks, we were talking about what level of coffee people drink. This has got to be a crazy coffee day for all the NBA people at ESPN. So we know you're very busy on and off TV and talking all day about this stuff, but got to get your insight. Bobby, how does this happen so quickly like this that I opened my phone at 6 o'clock when I got off the air yesterday and almost drove off the side of the road? Was that the reaction around the NBA when it was not only the compensation, but that the Celtics decided to give one of their franchise cornerstones to maybe their biggest rival? So there's been some reporting that they wanted VJ and multiple 5 first-round picks. I think it was the number. No. But how then, take us through how it goes from VJ and 5 picks down to what they end up getting. Who is the initiator? Nope. Bobby Marks, ESPN's front office insider with us. And, you've worked in front offices before. I would imagine every front office has a perception of another front office. A fan's perception would be that the Sixers have been the nail and the Celtics have been the hammer in anything these two teams have done. When Boston makes a call, you're like, okay, what's going on here? When the Sixers make a call, things don't seem to go their way all the time. The perception is different here. Are we allowed to let our guard down with this one? Right. Bobby, obviously, that is a question. The fit there. You look at Jaylen, and you got Maxey, and you got in Edgecombe, and you got Joel. Like, Joel's almost like he's not even in this conversation for the first time in a while. Does this intrigue you, or are you more wondering how Nick Nurse puts this all together? Yeah. Bobby, this is the first offseason in a long time that Sixer fans now have anticipation for a season. It was getting bleak here. It was, if Joel is healthy, are you surprised that someone was willing to take Paul George? Yeah. No doubt about it, and you're right. But I guess what this does, Bobby, it allows him. If Embiid didn't play before, 10 straight games, you're losing 7 of them, and then you go from a 1 or 2 seed with Embiid. Now you're in the play-in situation. Without Embiid and Jaylen Brown and Tyrese and VJ and whatever, they could probably be a top 4 seed still. Yeah. It's that to me, is because right, he has no Tyrese Maxey with him this year. He had no VJ. Wade's an interesting guy. They get Anthony Simons today as well. I mean, that gives them the depth that they really lacked. Where would you be on LeBron and his thought process right now? Because that keeps coming out, and it's like LeBron got an eye on Philly all of a sudden. When he was a free agent 8 years ago, he was like looking at schools here and stuff. We heard that all the time. Sure is. Right now, you've got the Sixers, who were basically an afterthought. I don't know that they've caught the Knicks, but are they? This has been an interesting 48 hours in the East. Are they in the lexicon? So there's a second round exit team still. Yeah, these should be interesting now. You got Giannis in Miami. Of course, you got Kawhi up there. You've got Jaylen here. I don't think the Celtics are done. Do you? Bobby Marks, everybody. He jumped on board. Jaylen Brown is in Philadelphia. Paul George is actually in Boston, and we'll see how that all plays out come October. But now some anticipation for this Sixer season for sure. Bobby, thanks so much, man. Bobby Marks, ESPN's front office insider here on the Sports Bash. And that conversation with Bobby Marks here on the Sports Bash today brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafiki's. Coming soon to the White Horse Pike. It's your chance, as always, every day to win a $100 gift card. No 13 runs today, so we'll pick out a winner from this week. Someone's going to win a $25 gift card to Chachi's 13th floor at Rafiki's. Coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. So if you entered all week long, listen for your name. You could win a $25 gift card. Phillies did not score 13 runs today, so we did not have a 13-run winner, but you still get a $25 gift card. If you enter this week, we'll pick out the winning name. We'll wrap up the show. All coming up.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. Use only. See store online for details.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, 5:53, getting ready to get out. Thanks to Uri's, as always. Dan and the crew here is always a great time. Stop on out. It's been a huge crowd, by the way. How many people? Probably 60, 70 people signed up for those Matt Wright tickets. So a bunch of people coming by and saying hello today. We appreciate them. Poll question: does the trade for Jaylen Brown make the Sixers a legit title contender in your mind? What do you think the voting says?
I voted yes on that, and I think the voting is probably 80-20.
Josh?
Yes.
I am yes in the absolutist sense of the word.
Okay, voters, it's 87-13.
Wow.
Which way did they go?
Oh, title contender for sure.
They got to go.
87% say yes, the Sixers are now a legitimate title contender because Jaylen Brown. 13% thumbs down, no way. Some people not too happy.
Yeah, those are Knicks fans who are voting.
Could be.
The other way.
What a day today. I mean, it certainly didn't go the way I thought it was going to go when I got off the air yesterday.
I got a text for you, by the way, really quick, because you mentioned getting off the air. Phil from Briggsy wants to know, Mike, will we wake up tomorrow and Magic Mike Gansey works an Embiid for Jalen Duren trade?
So that's funny because that's the trade that I proposed, right? So is it Magic Mike Gansey or Mike Mother Bleepin' Gansey?
Mike the Mayor Gansey.
Which one is it? My text group for my West Virginia roommates, one of my buddies, he said, Mike MF Gansey. I said, that was pretty good. And now you're saying Magic Mike Gansey.
That's from Phil and Brigantine. I didn't come up with that on my own.
I'm going to be in Brigantine tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Saturday. I'll be over in Brigantine for a little while Saturday morning.
Make sure you stop by, get some Cookie Monster or some the bar.
Oh, yeah. They got a Jersey Cow over there.
Yes, they do.
Yep.
Avocado.
Tomorrow, I am off. Josh has a special hanging with Henning on the Sports Bash tomorrow.
Yeah,
kind of an amalgamation.
Yeah, that's a good word by you. Amalgamation. I like that. 2 to 5 p.m.
Josh. 2 to 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Josh will have a special hanging with Henning kind of sports bash tomorrow. He'll have football at 4. He'll have Phillies Fastball. Plus, he'll have some things that he does for hanging with Henning. I am off tomorrow. If you follow me on social media, you'll be able to hear me tomorrow someplace. If you want more of my thoughts on Jaylen Brown and the Phillies, follow me at Mike Gill Show so that you can get all that information as well. Thanks to everybody who texted and called. As always, I'll be back on Monday right here on the Sports Bash. Again, thanks to Dan and the team at Uri's. Always a great time here. Have a great weekend, everybody.